brought proof to him. They put fans in the hallways, everything. He acted different. I thought it was really funny. But he told me that day, he told me a couple of days beforehand, he goes, you don't have any mental illnesses. But the day I took the proof up to him in eyewitnesses, he sure acted a lot different. And I asked him that day, I said, has anybody came and contacted you and tried to tell you that I have problems or anything? And all he would say is he crossed his hands, his arms, and said, they did not talk to me. Which is a tall tale sign to say, yeah, they're here, but they didn't talk to me directly.
Good evening, Terry. How you doing?
I think I'm doing pretty good.
Oh, that sounds great.
Actually, have a lot of exciting things going on. A lot of people. We got over 100 people out there passing out flyers now.
Oh, that's fantastic.
We've mailed, to date, we've mailed just over 60 packages out to people to get started handing out flyers and passing out information.
You got some help working with you to make this happen?
Yes, Sue in Florida has helped printing out flyers and stuff and sending to people too. So is Linda down in California. She's helping print out flyers now too. And I've been printing them out. I got it set up on my website so if people don't have where they can print and they need a starter pack, they can just fill out a form and one will get sent to them. So it's really working great. And I got some other countries that say they're passing out my flyer too. So that it's really starting to move along.
Oh, that sounds great. I'm happy to hear that. Like I said, you sounded like the PR guy right from the beginning, and you sure are filling the shoes. I think you're going to need a bigger pair pretty soon.
Well, I know one thing. I'm definitely upsetting the powers that be that are around me because they keep switching everything up to try to shut me down, and they've even went back to old things that they quit doing in the beginning to see if it would bother me. And I actually have to laugh at some of this stuff. And you know what's really funny, Frank, is the more I educate people around me, the more they notice, and the more the perps help convince them what's going on. I had a guy today stop me at a gas station, and he said, I'd really like some of your documents and stuff. He's reading the sign on my truck.
Right.
And then when I was downtown tonight, there was a guy standing at my truck. When I came back, I was downtown helping some people out, and he's standing at the truck. He wanted some information too, so.
Yeah, my barber actually attends a tinnitus group. Now, what do you think the odds are that out of 15 or 20 people in a tinnitus group that one of them at least is going to be a target?
No, I'd say probably 50% of them probably was, from what I've learned about the ringing in people's ears.
Yeah, I'll be seeing him tomorrow for a haircut. I'm bringing flyers down there. So.
Yeah, did you know that tinnitus took a big jump when they started putting all these frequencies in the air?
Oh, most definitely.
And so I was talking to some people that were saying they had tinnitus. They said they weren't targeted. But they pointed out to me that when they go to certain areas and certain businesses, that their tinnitus definitely increases. And I said, well, that's telling you it's artificial. I said, because if it was a natural tinnitus, it wouldn't go up and down.
You know, you just reminded me of something. I apologize. I got all kinds of stuff talking in here, including me. At Thanksgiving dinner, for some particular reason, I don't know why he did this, I asked how many of us was there? Like, I don't know, 5, 6? I asked them, do you guys have tinnitus? Guess what? They all did. And the other interesting thing about it is it wasn't ringing in the ears. It's these weird tones and stuff, just like what I get. So I find that interesting.
What kind of tones do you get?
I call it high-lows. It goes like, and it's not exactly the same. It varies a little bit.
Yeah, I bet if you could record anybody that has tinnitus that's a victim, you would find out it's not a steady ringing in the ears, that it goes up and down.
Most of them that I've heard explain it doesn't really come out to what I would call ringing at all. I mean, you know,
Yeah,
you
it
light off
doesn't.
a 12 gauge beside somebody, that's ringing in the ears right there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You don't mind sitting here?
What was the other
Hey,
thought?
you know what's
Oh,
interesting,
The
Frank, is-
sound I hear, it sounds exactly like I can't say the word, machinery running way off in the distance is what it sounds like. You know, like what a train sounds like that's 4 miles away, kind of like that. And
Yeah.
if I take the decibel meter on my phone and turn it on, I get a needle flickering when I'm hearing that. So I think it's actually a noise of some sort. I don't think it's being generated in my head like typical tinnitus or ringing would be.
No, it's not generated in your head. It's actually a wave that is delivered, and it's meant
Yeah,
to
it's
aggravate you.
vibrating the bone.
I have tinnitus and it's a high hiss, but mine is artificial because a couple of times I heard them start up the CD. You know how when you put a CD on, it has that particular sound when you turn it on? Well, that's what mine sounded like, and then it kept winding up and winding up and winding up so that I could just barely hear it. So I
Well,
know
interesting
mine
that-
is
I
know mine is artificial because I heard them start up the CD about 2 or 3 times. You know, it was really weird. It was kind of like put the CD in, turn it on, you hear it wind up, wind up, wind up. It was weird. Anyway,
Somebody has some serious background noise I'm trying to hunt down.
a real tinnitus
Frank.
is usually like one tone
Exactly.
because what happens is the hairs are broken and bent over and they don't change. You know, they don't change. They just that's the situation. So the tinnitus
You're right.
stays the same.
And you know, something I've been seriously thinking about is that I think that we should get a group together and start going over people's symptoms and stuff, because when you get into the detailed part of it, and if we teach people to explain what's going on with them right, I don't think doctors are going to be able to point at tinnitus and different things. They'd have to start looking for other things and saying people are mentally ill and whatnot. But I think part of it's the way people try to explain things.
Is this Terry?
Yeah, that's Terry.
Yep.
That's
Terry,
one
I
thing
was
for
in
sure.
your
You cannot make it fake.
I was in your website today. Are you there, Terry?
Yeah.
I was in your website today. I sent you a couple of, you know how you contact on your website?
Yeah.
Well, I sent you a couple of those. If you're interested in reading what I wrote.
I read every single, you may not believe this, but I try to
Who's
read
that,
every
Kate?
single email sent to me.
Well, it's your contact message thing on your website. There's some pretty good stuff on there. You have some really good stuff on there.
Thank you. I'm working on putting some more stuff up. I got to find some more time to go through some documents and things that correlate. Actually looking for some new articles that came out about people being microwaved. I'm trying to find those.
Terry, do you have people speaking in the background?
No, I'm just driving home right now, but
Oh,
there's nobody speaking.
Hello.
Nope.
It's Alex from New York.
good evening,
I
Alex.
I came across information that one of the delivery system is a bio microwave, which they receiver is the wave of the brains. They claim that the brain waves are the receiver instead of the chip. I don't know how truthful it is, but if it's true, then it's easier to put something over the head because it's a small area to block the waves.
Alex,
Yes.
I have a friend in Germany. His name is Martin Bott. He's a TI, and he's explained exactly how they take microwave and bring it down to the same frequency as a brainwave. Are you in the chat?
I'm talking now, yes.
Are you on a computer? Are you in the chat?
He
Oh,
is.
no.
He's on telephone.
I'm on the telephone.
Okay. Do you have an email address?
Yes.
If you tell Frank your email address
I
or
already have it.
me,
I already have it, Barbara. I'll pass it along to you. If that
would you like me to send you that file?
Oh, yes. Thank you. Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Frank.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I'll pass that
Frank has the file. Why don't you just email it to him if you really want to, or you
Yeah.
know, if not, send it to me and I'll email it to him.
Not a problem.
But I went over that last night and started reading it. A lot I understood, but some of it was like over my pay grade.
Which
And,
parts didn't you understand?
Oh, I don't even want to go into it at this point. I'll save it for Sunday.
Oh, okay.
Sunday is Sunday Christmas or Christmas Eve?
I think Christmas is
Eve.
Monday. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you going to be open Sunday?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then maybe we can discuss it on the technology call.
Yeah, we can do that. Not a problem.
Well, that'll give me more time to go over it and try to get it straight in my head. Maybe Terry would be interested in having that file also. It's a pretty good explanation, Terry. I think you'd want to put it on your website.
Frank?
Yes. Hi, Susan.
Hi, Frank. I've been beating tinnitus all these years. The first thing I use is like a vibrator on my head, and it takes the tinnitus away. Okay. Then I started with it was very cheap. I'm going to say the whole thing cost me about $10. It was tuning forks, and you don't touch the forks; you just touch the bottom. You hit them, and the forks are for well-being. You hit the forks, and then you stick the long piece. Muted?
You're unmuted now. There's a lot of noise.
And you stick the forks after you hit them, into the ear, not all the way in, of course. And that just it takes it right away. It takes the tinnitus away.
What do you stick in your ear?
The tuning forks. You missed it.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, well-being tuning forks. That's the name of them. They're, I have them. You're tuning it, and you're getting rid of the tinnitus. If you rub your head, you know what I found is this is really outrageous. How you can get rid of the tinnitus? Oh my God! Do you know that thing they made in the dollar store? It has all spokes on it, and you stick it in the middle of your head. It massages your head. All those long stainless steel spokes that come out of it. Did you ever see that in the dollar store?
You haven't, no.
It looks like an egg beater with the bottom cut out, right?
Yeah. Do you know that gets rid of the tinnitus completely? Holy smokes. I always have to, if I don't beat it, I'm not happy. If I don't win, I'm miserable. And that thing does the trick. All you do is just keep massaging your head while you're watching TV. Bango. No more tinnitus for $1. I'm telling you, use people that are really think of outrageous things and get rid of that shit. That's what they're doing. And then
What were you using, Susan?
You could
What
use
is
them
the
as
main purpose of the thing? What is if I went to buy one? What department would I go to?
the massager for $1. You go to a Dollar Tree or Dollar Store, and you would ask for the massager for your head. It's spoke. It's like an egg beater. That woman is right. Whoever was talking, it's like an egg beater, and you stick it in the middle of your head, and you go up and down with your hand, and it massages your head with the spokes.
Huh?
And
But you
when
don't
your
know.
head is when your head
You
is
don't know what
massaged,
It
you
wouldn't
have
be in
to
the
ask.
cooking department, would it? I mean, I don't know. I've never seen it there.
No, you have to ask the girl to register.
Oh.
All right, because I don't know what department in the dollar store it
It's
is.
an egg beater without the bottom on it? I don't get it.
Yeah, it's kind of like a hand, but it's metal spoke.
Okay, you know the whisk.
The ball.
Yeah.
Does everybody know a whisk? What it looks like stainless steel.
Right.
Okay. Well, you know the round part at the bottom. Now you know it's attached to spokes, long spokes. Well, cut the bottom off, and now those spokes are going to spread out.
Okay.
Okay. When it spreads out, it has little balls at the end, little stainless steel balls at the end. This way, it doesn't hurt you. You hold it in your hand, and you put it on your head, and you massage your head with it, and the tinnitus goes away.
That was a Sharper Image product, like say 7 years ago.
No, it's a few years.
Then they reproduced it. I haven't seen it in the dollar store, but I got it in the Sharper Image years ago. It's really nice. Yeah, that didn't get rid of my tinnitus, but it's nice.
Did you put it on your head? Did you put it on your head and massage your head with it?
Of course. What else do you do with it?
and you didn't get rid of the tinnitus?
No.
I got rid of mine. You're doing something wrong.
Yeah.
You should try the tuning forks also.
I should try cutting my head off.
No, don't be negative, because see, that's what they want. Your negative vibes is what they feed off of. I haven't heard anyone say this. I have severe, except for Dave Case when he described his tinnitus. Okay, it's enough to kill you. And what was I going to say? Well, I don't know. I've been talking for 13 years, very sincerely.
If I shake my head,
they're not only trying to kill you, they're trying to hurt everybody.
Well, this is what I want to tell you, that nobody else, I haven't heard anybody say this except me. So, I don't know. If I shake my head, you know how when a dog is wet and it comes in and it shakes off? Well, if you shake your head, okay, what do you hear? Because I hear a tuning fork in my brain. That's just what I get.
Well, then why don't you buy tuning forks? They have tuning forks for
Please, somebody try doing this and tell me what you hear. Because I feel like there's something loose in my brain. Okay?
Maybe it's the frequencies that they're sending into you. Did you ever think
it's
of that?
a result of me shaking my head.
Wait a minute, I gotta shake my head.
I've got a question here.
Nothing.
Baby shaking syndrome.
Just rocks.
No.
Well, I suggest everybody try things. If you try it, you'll get relief. You will. You gotta try positive.
Who's losing their hair?
Hello.
Anybody losing their hair?
Yeah, me. They burnt it off my head.
Okay. Hello. Now mine falls out as if I'm having chemo. All right.
Right.
You have to see the hair that fell out of me. I have a big bald. I have a bald spot on my head. This is definitely radiation. Nothing gets rid of your hair.
They're burning.
Yeah, hello. I can hear you. I don't know if anybody can hear me.
Yes, we can hear
you.
I can hear you. Hold on a second, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Hello.
They burned.
You guys know that hair loss is associated with radiation poisoning, right?
Yes.
Which comes from electromagnetic frequencies too.
No, they just put a beam on my head and just let it go.
I can't even, if I put my hand, my scalp is so sore. I mean, it's so sore just to touch it. Now, the new thing is my ear, my right ear is so sore, just like the top of my head is, that if I touch my right ear, the pain is incredible. So that's where they've been hitting me. This is something brand new. They just stabbed me in my ear.
Do you do anything?
Yeah, I have my cap, my grounding, you know, the cap, the tinfoil hats that are laid.
What's the cap that you use? Does the cap help you?
No, they're plates. They're aluminum plates with like plastic in between. I put, you know, that bubble plastic in between.
Good evening.
Go ahead. That's my one.
Hello.
Let him talk.
Hello. Hello.
Go ahead and
start talking. Hello. Can I say something?
Yes.
Okay. I want to say that speculation about this doesn't solve any problem. These scientists work on this stuff for years, scientists. So we're not going to be able to solve these problems by speculation or anything. I would suggest that more people talk about how to solve the problem with exposure of the TIs. That's what they fear. You know, any ideas how to make the lawmakers aware of it? I know that three of the lawmakers know about this problem. One of them are dead, like John Glenn, the astronaut. The other one is Ron Paul, and Dennis Kucinich, and maybe somebody else, you know. So that's why we have to focus how to get letters, bombarded them with letters, and they will help us.
Okay, I love to hear people that want to write letters and send them out. What they respond to are numbers of people, and like Terry is passing out flyers, that's getting attention. These calls and shows are getting attention. We're getting the word out. We're just not getting it out fast enough. And that's why we're going to add more people. We're going to add more groups, add more time. That's what I'm doing. I'm spending all my time.
Do you know anybody else like Dennis Kucinich, Ron Paul, you know, big names, somebody else who is aware of this problem?
Not who was aware.
At least,
they're really all aware of the program. The cops are aware of the program. The FBI
people with the big names. People with the big names, senators, lawmakers.
Wait a minute.
Senators are aware of the program.
Wait your turn.
There's a whole list. There's a whole list of big name people. I'm sorry, Frank. What?
I was just going to say, wait your turn, but.
Sorry.
They're all aware. Sir, the man that was talking, you mean well, but they're all aware. We all been activism for years. The senators, they know. The FBI knows. I don't know if they're going to do anything, or we have to wait until they come out, you know, until maybe the president says, okay, that's it, I had enough. I don't know. We all did activism. I mean, we have to
bombard them with letters. More people should write them letters. In the same time, when they receive like 10, 20, 30, 50, 60 letters, they will pay attention to it.
Yeah, they throw them in the trash.
Yeah, we've done that. Circular file. Yeah.
I mean, it don't hurt to do it again, but we've done that years and years ago.
Oh, we've had the tsunami. Karen Stewart's tsunami, last year?
Many times, yeah.
We've been. The letters don't do any good.
No.
What we need are numbers, and we're gathering numbers. If we can get people to attend like they did in Boston, which was just a little over 100 people, I believe, that's great. People get to meet each other. They get to meet the guy on the other end of the phone. They get together, make plans. Now, you got to start making groups, developing relationships within your own states, like in Massachusetts.
Yeah, I tried to contact Angel in New York. I meet him twice, and he doesn't return my calls anymore. So I know one woman who wrote a book about this, a book called Microwave War. I spoke to her, and she don't want to be involved. People are afraid, but I try. I don't know many people. I know like 2-3 people. That's it.
Hey, Frank.
Yeah.
Something that another project we're trying to get going, that what you were saying about getting organized, we're trying to get somebody in each state to start having a one call for that state. We're trying to see if we can get all 50 states involved in it, have somebody in each state get one. Sue's going to start one in Florida here pretty soon, but it's just so that the people in that state can get together and start networking and get organized.
Excellent
I thought that was
idea.
a pretty good idea.
Yeah, it sounds good.
Yeah.
Organization within the state. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Sure is.
I nominate you, Frank.
Thank you, Barb.
Well, I don't know if you want it or not, really.
I'm sorry. Can I hear that idea again? I'm sorry. I missed that idea.
Have a conference call in each state. I'm sure that there are conference calls that we don't know about. Like in Maine, there are not enough people to have a conference call, unless the conference call will bring them out. But the biggest place we advertise, believe it or not, are the websites and Facebook, which is free. We have the largest network in the world at our disposal, free. Who's digging a trench? So I suggest we start using it. If you have something to say, drop it on all of the groups, like 6 at a time over a period of an hour. Drop it on a website if you have some information, a countermeasure, something like that. Give it to one of the other activists, or give it to me, and I'll make sure everybody gets the idea. I send and receive metric tons of email every day. And that's how we get it out there, by spreading it. That's a good idea, though. I like a moderator in each state. It's going to be rough in a few, though, because there are so... Caller 3, you're ringing.
Doesn't Derek have that already?
We had that years ago, too. We had
the idea behind it is that we were talking to people about organizing group meetings in each state. Well, a lot of people can't get people to come to group meetings, and that's also a reason why they fail. So the idea was behind it is if we could get people to actually get on a call in states, and just for the people that live in those particular states, then that way when we organize events and stuff, it'll be easy to contact. It'll also give them a way to get together and help network and help build the buddy list and stuff. So it's really great. Also, something else I forgot I wanted to share with you guys. My TI database is building. We're about 160 people now, and I want to thank everybody that participated, and I urge you all to participate. I actually have somebody here that I told them to go look at the information that we can compile, and he was wanting to know about getting a hard copy of some of the testimonies to present. So all this information that we're starting to put together is building, and which I think is really great. So thanks for all you guys that have participated in that.
Terry, did you see the map?
Yes, I did see the map. I think it was a good idea. I noticed somebody put Illuminati eye on it, trying to mess with people. I kind of wish whoever started the map would have did some things a little different. but I think it's a great idea, really, if you guys want me to be honest about it.
Yeah, I liked it too. Kind of gives you an idea of where everybody is. It looks like there's more people on the East Coast than any place else. I was surprised because I expected it to be like loaded in California.
Oh, to look at the database, you'd swear there were thousands.
Well, if you look, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, for some.
Can I say something? I'm sorry, Terry, to interrupt you, but I don't think there's a lot of targets as we think. Because I overheard this jackass. I can't pinpoint exactly last year, the year before, who knows. When I win and, get out of their frequency and they can't get me, he came out of the house with this girl that was dressed in army fatigues because, they think they're in the army now. They're clowns. And he says, okay, come on, I know where to go. And he got into the car and she got in. So what does that tell me? That tells me there's not a lot of targets. He's taking her to another target.
Hi, Frank.
There are
I'd just like to say that
tons of targets.
There's not a lot of targeted individuals. Okay?
Where are you getting this information?
I observe a lot. That's where I'm getting the information from. I watch. Matter of fact, I had a big fight with him yesterday.
Well, if you watch, I just want to point something out to you. I've talked to almost, there's 100 people signed up here in Portland for the Targeted Individuals group. And I've talked to...
But we were under the impression from Derek that there's thousands and thousands and millions, and that's not true.
Yeah, it is.
There's one. I've done the math. I just want to point out to you that I took all the data that I could find here in the U.S. and I put it all together and did the math. And I'm sure my numbers are low, but there's 1.2 million here at least in the U.S. And I talked to a man that claimed he worked for the government, and he said my figures are probably right dead on. So, and it's estimated by other governments that there's at least 3.5 million worldwide that have come forward, and people that came from other governments that talked about this. So I do believe there's millions, there's lots. And that's why when people say there's only 100,000 or some people say there's only 3,000, I don't buy that for a minute. There's just too many people screaming out. There's targeted individual groups that have as many as 6,000 members in them alone.
Yeah, the statistics. The statistics.
But where are they, though? Where are all these people?
I think
that's what I was going to share with you.
How many do you have here in Rhode Island?
I just wanted to say that one of the reasons why you guys see on that map that so many on the East Coast, you guys got to think about it. Only a small percentage of people are coming forward, but the East Coast, I can tell you from my own database and what I do, there's more targets speaking out on the East Coast than there is the West Coast, if you want to know the truth.
Because we're smarter. Listen, the reason I think that our numbers are not evaluated correctly, if you think about what Snowden said about NSA, he said everybody in NSA in the country will be profiled. I think everybody is a target. Only some are aware and some are not aware. I think everybody's a target. They just don't realize it yet.
Barb,
yeah.
2005 stats claim that 1/3 are in mental institutions. Another third does not have computer access. They're living out in the boondocks with nothing. And I've spoken to a few people like that just have landlines, and they're trying to get online. There's people in Massachusetts that are still trying to get online. They don't have internet access. So, and the other third are us. So if you look at it that way, then extrapolate on that to Terry's figures, it's not too hard to understand at all.
Yeah.
There was at that time 3 million worldwide. Now I think there's, what do you think, Terry, worldwide? Terry?
Sorry, I muted myself while I was getting inside.
Yeah, what do you think worldwide was 3 million?
Well,
You don't mind me sitting here?
You're breaking
million
up,
that
Terry.
was originally. That's because I'm at home. They've been targeting my phone heavy when I'm at home. But the 3.4 million that was several years ago that they came forward and estimated by different government statistics that they took from around the world, I would say it's well over 5 by now. But you guys got to remember, this is like any other program. There's people being inducted into this probably every single day here in the U.S.
Right, exactly. They have not finished doing the profiling on everybody yet.
And you know, something else I want to share for you. The government came out the other day, and I don't know if you guys seen this article, but the government came out the other day and said that they have more than 50% of the U.S. population in the databases with facial recognition and following you through your driver's license and credit cards and stuff, documented everywhere you go. And then in the next 5 years, they plan on having the rest of us all documented by facial recognition. That means every time a camera picks you up anywhere on the street, any store you go in and out, they'll know exactly where you're going and what you're doing.
Right.
They do that now. But I'm saying that these people that are targeted, they don't know that they're targeted. We just happen to know. That's the biggest difference. How do we get them to know?
Well, that's why we got to get out and hand out flyers and do all this.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so the figures that they came up with seem to be pretty accurate. I've seen a number of different databases, and I'm surprised at California too, because the databases say thousands and thousands just in California.
Right.
Yeah, that's the most in California.
There's some in Hawaii.
I'd like to point out too that the government statistics, our own DOJ, his last survey pointed out people that were stalked by multiple people was in the millions.
Say that again.
You know what I think? I think they hit us so hard, and that's why we know we're targeted. And there's only certain ones that they're going to go to practice on. May I say that? Because that's what only certain ones. So the rest that are targeted, they don't even know they're targeted because they're not beat the shit out of like us. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, that's exactly what I said.
Yes, that's maybe there's. Yeah, of course, I always said this. Everybody's targeted, but we are real. They really let us know we're a target, but not the rest of them. They don't do that. They don't want to get caught. If they did 3 people on every block, oh, forget it. They'd be caught. The first month that they did that, they would be caught. So they're very cautious of who they want to know, that is getting their asses kicked in. Like me and the poor sucker that this jackass went to.
Not only that,
I know where to go. That's what he said. My heart sunk when he said that because there's somebody else that's going to get their asses kicked in so he can make money teaching. And I had a big ass fight with him outside. I stayed behind my storm door, I'll tell you, because he was coming closer and closer. I just couldn't hold it in. I said, "You deviant." And I started yelling at him.
Hang on, Susan.
He started walking towards my house. And he kept on looking, back and forth. I said, "Don't come on my property. And if you keep looking back and forth, you're going to be sorry." You looked me in the eyes. And he wouldn't look me in the eyes. And he stopped. But I think that son of a bitch was going to come right up to the door. So I told him off. I had to get it out. I told him he's a filthy pig, deviant, degenerate. And all he said to me was, "It's all in your head." And then he looked up at my upstairs of my house, and he looked up with his eyes, and he said, my wife can't stand it no more." And then he turned around and left. And I know what he was talking about when he said his wife can't stand it anymore. I know what that was all about. That's what I do. And it's all in your head. Oh, and he also said, I'll leave one, I didn't want to leave this out. He said, you have to die. I says, no, you're going to die. And that was it. That was the whole thing. And a perp neighbor was watching. I said, why don't you pick on that?
Wait a minute. Who was this man saying, he said to you, you have to die? Who was this man?
That's what he said. But you see, where he got that from recording on my phone. The man that I'm talking about is a perp. He's not a man. He's a piece of shit. No man does this to a woman or to anybody. He's a piece of shit perp. And sometimes
where was
I
he
can't
at
hold
when he
it
said
in.
that
I
to
got to
you?
let it out. And he was throwing his garbage out. And
wait a minute.
Yeah,
wait a minute. See, that was a threat. Not whether that was a threat. If you know who the man is, if you saw him, you know where he lives. That is something you report to the police. That was a threat.
Yeah, I know it was a threat, and I ain't gonna call the cops and have them. Let's see. Something fell out of my storm door when I went to throw the garbage out. Now, read between the lines because I ain't saying what it is. It wasn't nothing against the law, but it was something that I really don't want to start with the cops. Anyway, I went in the house like a stupid asshole, and I didn't know that it fell out. And he went and stole it. And that's what infuriated me, to scream at him. Can you read between the lines?
Yeah.
Okay, it was something that was going to, it makes a lot of noise in his house.
I'll be back in 5 minutes, okay, folks?
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Have a cup
Yes,
of coffee.
Susan, that would have been, oh, what a bad mistake.
And if I would have called the cops would have said, he would have said, yeah, this is what she's doing, bop, 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 and back and forth, and then here we go, court time. I just didn't want to do that around the holidays. I'll get a chance to do it again. But
Can I get back to the numbers?
Well,
numbers of TIs?
Can you wait? Since I was having a conversation about this. Does anybody else want to say anything?
Well, I did.
All right, well, I was telling him about that you're going to die stuff. Okay. And then the lady said, why didn't you call the cops? Okay. He recorded me on the phone. I was talking to a friend of mine. And he was my friend is a male. And I told my friend some of the shit he does. He goes, Susan, the only way it's going to stop is that guy's got to die. And that's where he got that saying from. When he came up to my door, you got to die. And I said, no, you're going to die. Which was wrong. You can't say that word, die, because you get arrested. All right, that's all I have to say, really, Barbara. You can chime in with your stuff.
Okay, who's breathing in the phone? Stop breathing in the phone.
What is the source of the map?
What is the source of the map? I think it's another TI.
Okay, thank you.
I wanted to relate a small incident that happened to me. We were talking about, I was talking about profiling, that Snowden had said that everybody in the United States, I don't know about global, but he said everybody in the United States is going to be profiled by NSA. And I believe this. And like I said before, targets know about the profiling, but there are a lot of people that don't know about being targeted, don't know about the profiling. For instance, I was on the bus. I was sitting in the middle of 3 seats between 2 other women, and I got up and I moved about 2 seats back. And all of a sudden, I was looking at the 2 women, and all of a sudden, where I was sitting, I saw a pulse come, and hit the area where I was sitting. Now this pulse hit those other two women, and they didn't react to it. And I couldn't understand that. I still can't, because I know that if it had hit me, I'd have felt it, and I'd have realized what happened. But these other two women on either side of me didn't react at all. You know, that's all.
You know,
Barbara, because they got your frequency. That's why you reacted.
the lasers can be tuned with the frequencies, I think, and because, like Susan says, you have they know your frequency. They can send the laser to you only.
Only to you, and you're going to feel it. But if they did that same frequency to those two women, they're not going to feel it. It goes right through them.
Yet it is radiation, microwave, or scalar, yet still it's not right. That's what's mind-blowing.
So the profiling,
you're probably very right. You know, probably very right.
Could you explain profiling? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi. Can you explain the profile a little bit more as far as electronic harassment? You mean profiling with waves, or what kind of? I mean, I know serial killer profiling, but in this case, what? Could you?
Snowden's profiling, what he NSA. Well, what happens is if somebody gets the attention of Homeland Security. Oh, okay. I'll take my case. My mayor, he profiled me. He submitted my name to Homeland Security or Neighborhood Watch or whoever they call security companies. Now, what they do is they flagged me. I was flagged.
Mm-hmm.
So what they do is they go 3 people out from me in a 360-degree circle. In other words, my daughter here, my daughter there, this friend over here, this neighbor over here, this person over here. Those in my immediate circle. And then they go to a person out from each one of them, and they circle them, and then they go in 3 circles. They go out from them to see if they get any more hits as far as, say, a terrorist or someone like that. And we're in the same classification as being a terrorist.
Okay,
so they
have to mute the room again. Sorry.
They do that profile. So they do that profiling with targets.
Okay, so that's okay. So
now what they do is they go into your medical, they go into your financial, they go into who you associate with, they go into your job, they go into what gives you support, they go into family, relatives, friends, neighbors, everybody they want. You're totally profiled. They know everything about me.
Okay, so I understand that. So when you say they see who gets a hit, what do you mean by that? Like, who?
Well, for instance, I am an activist, a dissident, a whistleblower, and they knew I was an activist, dissident, and a whistleblower before I did, because to them, if you take out a petition, that's a flag. Anybody that takes out a petition is flagged because that's a benchmark of an activist, dissident, and a whistleblower. I didn't even know I was one. They knew it. The minute I took out a petition, that's a flag. So that's how they get my profile. Or say if you go to a doctor, an emergency room, and you complain about but they think that you have a propensity for violence, or you come across as being different and they feel that you're mentally ill, or you complain about something that
like, yeah,
that they want a flag.
Okay, so
you know,
I'm not a whistleblower, and I'm targeted. It's a hate crime also.
I know, but you're very vocal, Susan, and you're going to get the attention of them because you speak out. You're not a whistleblower, but you're like very loud and verbal, and that gets their attention. For instance, one of the guys that worked for the city here, he got targeted because he turned around and he yelled at a co-worker. The co-worker reported him to the boss, and this is City Hall, and this co-worker reported him to City Hall, his bosses. He went up the line, and he was targeted.
Yeah, but I used to be very quiet. I used to be very quiet. A lot of us are nothing. We didn't do anything.
That can be too. It can be for no reason or any reason at all. It's
because we're close. We're convenient to practice on and to learn.
Right.
Because he joined. I mean, I know a lot about the perps.
I agree with you, Susan.
And I do react, and I'll always freaking react. And if they're on the phone, I will kill them the first freaking chance I get.
There you go.
Okay, is there anybody else on the call who would like to add to Susan
Not to
Bob's comments?
This young lady, go ahead.
I just have one more question. So, I'm sorry. Basically, though, so I exposed complaint about police and law, medical, and fire in that area are commonly used with this at parties. But so with us, in our case, they're just abusing. We're getting black marketed, or are we getting sheep together in something, or are they abusing us with this when they should be using it for real terrorists?
Yeah, that's what I think.
By complaining like that, you're flagging yourself. I mean, you know, all first responders, as far as I'm concerned, are part of this. So if you complain about a first responder,
they'll learn it from us. Come on, we didn't do anything. Give me a break. What the? Oh, come on, senior citizen.
Susan, let me finish. Susan,
excuse me. One at a time, and let some other people speak.
All right, go ahead, Barbara, because I'm going to have to get off anyway because I got things to do. So, ciao, everybody.
If you complain about a first responder, you flag. That's all I got to say.
But okay, can I say something?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Go right ahead.
Diane. Okay, so first of all, you know, I don't know how many years ago it was, but there were whistleblower laws put in place to protect whistleblowers. You could file a complaint anonymously if you wanted to, and whether you filed it anonymously or not, there were provisions put in that law to protect all whistleblowers.
They don't give it
this year.
All the laws. They don't work.
It this year.
Wait a minute. I already know that. I know that now. The problem with that is they've used that whistleblower law, or rather, people that come forward as whistleblowers, instead of the law actually working for them, they've targeted those people, a certain percentage of those people.
Right.
I guess they use that law, or they use that process to look for the various types of people that would, you know, file complaints against the government. They made their selection and they targeted those people. So it really was a complete lie. But in my case, and in my case, things were over the years. The entire system was manipulated to this point of targeting. But when I look back on everything, I see exactly what took place. You know, they manipulated the system. They had a doctor of mine to falsify, a psychologist, to falsify my medical records. And at the time of a lawsuit, they were able to get a hold of the falsified medical records, even though I complained. I removed my doctor from the case. I filed a complaint against her license, the board, because she had falsified those records. They did investigate. The board investigated, and I got a letter saying that, actions were being brought against her. They don't tell you what the actions are, but when I notified the courts that my doctor had falsified my records, and asked the judge to have the defendant return those falsified medical records, the judge refused.
Right.
To get those records out of their hands, because so that tells me that the judge
is corrupt.
Was involved in this.
Right.
And before the case was even over, at the time of their filing what they call summary judgment, the two judges that were working with me from the beginning withdrew themselves. Without an explanation, they withdrew themselves. And they put another judge who did not know me to rule on the final last decision, and he ruled in their favor, not even knowing the history of the case. So that tells me right there that the first two judges were a part of this targeting me.
Not really. They were warned off, is what they were warned off. And they were probably told if they don't warn off, they'll lose their job.
They don't what?
If they don't warn off, they would lose their job.
Whatever they were told, then I don't know, but they got out of that case.
Yeah.
And they put somebody else on the case to rule in their favor. The same people now that I've been having these problems with. So and I could go on and on and on. So many things that they did. A complete. It was a complete violation. Yes.
Right.
And even attorneys did things like missing the very important date where I had to submit evidence. The date came and went, those type of things. And then knowing that the evidence had not been submitted, well, the other side had a justification. They could justify not allowing information at the last minute. Of course, they could now justify,
This has happened to all of us. You're not telling us something unusual.
So I'm saying all of this to say that I did absolutely nothing wrong. I followed the rules. I did the right thing.
Right.
I don't care if they gave my name to some agency and they're now targeting me or putting me on some kind of list and watch list or whatever. If they're putting me, an innocent person, on a watch list, that means something's wrong with them. They are a part of the system of targeting. So it's illegitimate. It's not legitimate. The other lady was saying, explaining like how they target her and look at her like she's a criminal or whatever when she hasn't done anything wrong.
Right.
She hasn't done anything wrong.
What would you do if your perpetrator is forcing you to go with them, to join them?
Huh? What did you say?
I would immediately say, no, I will not join you. I will not be a perpetrator. And you're going to burn in hell.
What if your perpetrator is your neighbor?
They don't care.
Yeah. I've had those offers as well. And
it's not an offer here.
It doesn't mean anything to them. They don't care about it. You're targeted, you're flagged. That's it.
You're targeted and you're flagged. But you know what? You're targeted and you're flagged. Okay, so when you have someone that that's legitimately like a terrorist, they should be flagged, right?
Right.
They should be flagged because it's legitimate. This person is a real terrorist. But when you have innocent people that are being targeted, and being flagged, it doesn't fit that same profile. It doesn't fit.
Right.
I cannot.
But you're under the classification of a terrorist. And a lot of times, like Susan said, they're practicing on you. They're practicing.
I don't think it's practicing when you're getting hurt.
They don't care if you get hurt.
Well, a lot of terrorists that are on that watch list are not being targeted. A lot of true terrorists. They are not being
only
targeted.
Practicing, they're using you for the experiment.
I would say that they're watched closely. I would say they are.
They're watched closely, but they're not doing them the way they're doing us.
No, they
So
don't.
they're trying to eliminate us because, look, I'm gonna say it, and I don't care. You know, one of the major issues that I reported is a very, very serious issue in the United States, and that's children's vaccines. My agency had the nerve. They had
It's
the
all
nerve.
part of it. It's all part of it. It's depopulation program. That the government has long been
I think they're
afraid
trying to hide what
wait a
they.
minute.
I think they're trying to hide what they did. What they did. I think they're trying to hide what
Right.
their negligence.
Of course they are, but a lot of the government is afraid of the baby boomers going through the population. And this is why they're pre-aging a lot of people who are baby boomers, because we're healthy. We've eaten and led good lives, and they don't want us to live long. They want to kill us all up. And the rich think that there's too many cars on the road, so they destroy your car. They want you to take the bus.
I think my reasons for being targeted, I don't know about what you just said, but I think my reasons for being targeted is because if people knew how many thousands of children received these possible contaminated vaccines over a 3-year period, along with people receiving possible contaminated flu vaccines adults and hepatitis B vaccines adults, if they knew it.
I don't take
so
shots.
I think that's the reason I'm being targeted.
If
that's not the reason I'm being targeted, I don't know what other reason it could be.
Well, ma'am, caller 28 about the vaccines. God love you. I mean, you're very, very brave. You have to understand that vaccines are between $3 to $8 billion business a year. Right. Returning customers. Anybody who gets a voice to put them down, the vaccines contaminated, is going to be targeted. Look at Robert Kennedy is targeted. And back in the 50s, with the first polio vaccine, they had 200 million contaminated viruses. And the guy said, well, you can't give these out, they're contaminated. And the pharma guy said, I'm sorry, I cannot afford to dump them. So 200 million vaccines with contaminated polio virus, when the vaccine first came out, were given to kids. And the guy said, we're going to have a cancer epidemic starting 30 years from now. And lo and behold, in the 80s, if you look at the graphs, cancer just flew off the map, and it continues to do so. So be aware that you did probably the worst possible expose you could do. I mean, the best for us and the people, but they don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to know from you, and you are, marked.
Well,
you're very
unfortunately.
What is your name?
Diane. And unfortunately
Diane,
for me,
congratulations. You have my honor and my gratitude and my respect.
Well, look, unfortunate for me, I almost died in the environment.
Yeah, I know.
And the test that they took of my lungs showed I had inhaled a large volume of the contamination myself.
Wow.
And when my doctors told me what was going on, I felt like I should, at that point, I should at least notify somebody. But I didn't have the knowledge.
Did you ask for compensation?
Yeah, and they refused. Everywhere, every case I had, it was like a setup to fail, set up to lose. They set it up to lose.
That's another flag.
What about your colleagues in the same room? Any of them sick or die or anything? Do you know?
Well, I was a new person that they put in this place, and it was only managed by one person at a time. It was a large medical warehouse, though, and I had no knowledge and very little training. And I had to go in every day, pack the vaccines, have them shipped out and, check the meters or whatever. But I was the only one at the time. Prior to that, there was somebody in there, but she got out. You know, she moved to another job, but she was always sick. This person was always sick, and I don't know if she was able to put two and two together. I know that I was getting sick, but what alerted me, the reason why I knew was because the doctors told me, and a CAT scan of my lungs showed me. And I passed out. I almost died. That's the only way I really knew what was going on.
Your doctor?
Other people
is your doctor, is he still your doctor, or is he still operating? Because he told the truth. And usually they say, oh, you're just fine, you know?
Oh, I got all the medical records. I got all the information documented on my medical records from the hospital. I was in the ICU for 3 days.
Wow.
I have all the medical records documented about, you know, the issue. And the contamination. I do have that documented. So those were hidden. Those were hidden from, like, when I requested compensation and other doctors had to review those documents. Those documents were hidden. They removed those. Somebody removed them and didn't give those to the panel of doctors. So it just, you know, they didn't want. And then in court, you know, when you go to court and you have people sitting in the courtroom listening to your case and all that, do you know, every time I went to court, nobody was there.
Right.
They set it up for me to be the last person.
That's
so
right.
Nobody would hear the evidence, you know?
Did you ever hear of a book called The Killing of Karen Silkwood?
No.
You want a case that parallels yours? Read the book, The Killing of Karen Silkwood.
Here's that to do with radiation exposure.
Did they kill her?
Right. Very similar to yours, really. It's a good choice.
Yeah,
because they didn't tell anybody. They made them take these horrible showers and brush with steel bristles every day when they left the plant. And she came down with with poisoning, with cancer. And
after she blew the whistle on him, they went into her house and put it in her food. And they killed her. They eventually killed her because she was on the way to a journalist with proof that what the plant was doing, and they killed her. They ran her into a one of those cement
I would kind of lay low, Diane, but you might want to contact Robert Kennedy. He has a Facebook site. You want to maybe DuckDuckGo. Don't Google anymore. Don't Google anything anymore, Diane. Go to DuckDuckGo, because Google turns all searches into the government. So DuckDuckGo, it's one word, DuckDuckGo. And then you might put Robert Kennedy vaccines, and you'll pull up his Facebook page and maybe his email, and tell him your story. He may hire you, you know. I mean, he's a zealot on this. He is a real champion.
And what's the lady's name, the book?
Karen Silkwood.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was actual radiation poisoning.
Right.
Contact poisoning.
Yeah.
From the plant.
Yeah, and they killed a lot of people, a lot of young people at work, and they didn't tell them the dangers of what was going on. It sounds like they did exactly the same thing to you and other people that.
Well, if they're letting more contaminated viruses out there, the kids are going to get these shots and.
Well, not now. I don't think so now. I made such a big deal out of it, but they just don't want to, say what they did before they made the changes. I think they made some changes.
Right. I think they did after Karen died too. They put out stuff on radiation, but those who are looking for workers' compensation are also flagged. A lot of people who are looking for workman's comp, they give them the runaround. They don't get anything.
Do they do the same?
I heard that.
Do they do the same with disability people? Because I got put on disability because of this.
Yeah.
It is.
we're dumping all kinds of callers because we're way off course. I'd like to get back on targeting if we can.
Oh, sure.
That's what people are here to talk about and listen to and learn from. And I had a woman call me today, and she's actually sending me a picture of a low-flying drone over her house, and it sounds like it's a 40-footer. And I'm trying to correlate drones in with satellites and ground-based radar. So,
No, Frank,
hi, how you doing?
excuse me for interrupting you.
That's quite all
ahead
right.
of and even current time. That sounds like a mighty interesting subject that I would be really happy to listen to. But you know, I had another thought while on the previous conversation, just immediately before, with Melinda suggesting contacting Robert Kennedy Jr., which is an excellent idea. But it occurs to me that there are other groups. And in fact, I know of another physicians group that has been organized for years. I'm sorry, I can't tell you the name of it, but I know that they are organized against vaccines or mercury in vaccines with a little bit of looking, you know, like DuckDuckGo, putting the words in. You should be able to find it because I knew the exact. There's got to be other organizations by now and other people. Of course, I know of other people, but that's a good idea. I just thought I'd throw that out to help Diane, let her know that there are other organizations and individuals who are opposing thimerosal, mercury, and stuff like that in the vaccines. They might be able to help. That's what I got. Thanks. Continue on.
Okay. So anyway, this drone appeared to be a 40-footer class that I've got a number of texts coming in all at once. I'm sorry for all the dings. And
That's a
rear
big
engine.
drone.
Yeah, well, that's what the big ones are. And then they drop down to a smaller one that's actually a gas turbine with no rear propeller.
Are they quiet or loud?
They're very quiet. Very, very quiet. Okay, so she contacted the FAA, and they were very cooperative with her, and they were going to check to see who had a flight plan. If an agency had a flight plan or if an individual had a flight plan.
Really?
They said there was a flight plan authorized and that she was in a very busy area. Frequently with, you know, drones and whatnot flying overhead. And
so it couldn't have been just her. It could have been
not just
part of the process.
No, but she did call again and mention DEWs, and they immediately got off the phone with her. So I told her to, you know, reconnect and use a fake first name, whatever you have to do to get to the FAA again, and just tell them you're having a lot of flybys and, you know, like barnstorming and, you know, buzzing the house, and that she needed to know exactly who it was so that she could have it stopped. She's very, very nervous about it, and I'm waiting to hear back from her because she has a picture of this drone. I guess it's just about going by her window, according to her. But that's something we have to consider, since they're...
What is
barnstorming? Is a term from crop dusting. It means you're actually heading for the barn and pulling up. So it's barnstorming.
Very low.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah. I reported in the small town where I lived with 1,500 people. I reported the plane that was actually a mosquito flew over to dust for mosquitoes in the summertime when it got bad, and that's the plane they were using. I reported it to the FAA, and I heard back. I reported it to the company management. It's hired by the city. I got a response from the FAA, the owner, and a response from the regional manager director of where the states that I was in. So it does help, I think. And then they just pounded on the floor.
Who owned it?
They just pounded on the floor because I said this out loud violently. I'm sorry, say again.
Who owned it?
It was a small company that they had contracted to spray mosquitoes, but I knew it well. I had lived there for years, heard it every summer, and they were doing it at 9:30 at night. Mosquitoes don't happen at 9:30 at night, and they were doing dive storming, or what he just said. That's what they were doing. So it stopped for a while.
Okay, well, it seems to me that in the nighttime when you're out trying to have a barbecue, that's when the mosquitoes are out.
Well, no, it was in winter too, and I was in bed. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. No, it wasn't. Yeah. No mosquitoes, and it was wintertime. It was both, all times.
They can't do it in the daytime because if they do it in the daytime, it's going to come in through people's windows.
Right.
And air conditioning units and whatnot. So it's something they probably would do when they know everyone is in for the night.
Yeah.
That's a good
point. And I had complained to the city. They said law, medical, and fire is commonly involved in this targeting as well. Not all of them. I don't believe it's all of them. But I had complained they had a junkyard and they were poisoning cats with antifreeze. And I took pictures. I got samples and all this stuff. And boy, the next day I started cleaning that place up, got it out of there. So I think it's a very corrupt city in combination. But yeah, it was all hours, all seasons, and the same thing you're just. But I knew them from living there that they sprayed for the mosquitoes, and I did get some responses back. Well.
Yeah, I guess the bottom line is we have to speak out. When there's something wrong, we have to speak out. And we are speaking out in a big way. And I like the idea. I've stressed it right from the beginning. Unification, forming chapters. We'll say our new group, STARS. And a chapter in each state, at least one. If it's a large state, maybe a couple. And even if there's 4 people, meet once a week or once a month and, talk about things. Get to know each other so that when another caller gets on a call like this, oh, yeah, I know that guy. He's a good guy. So we need to have more meetings. That's the biggest thing we need to do. And there are plenty of places like libraries, meeting halls that you can go to for like Zippo, give them a donation or something like that. But there are plenty of places to go. So even if you went to a coffee shop, there was 4 or 5 of you. I think there's going to be like 10 of us in January, 10 or 15 for our first meeting, and we're probably going to go to a library and go from the library and go out to eat, grab a bite to eat, because we haven't been together in a long time. So it's a must. Form groups. Barb's going to be in on that one.
Yeah.
Barb, Paul, a whole bunch. We got to see if TI Boston wants to join. Maybe we can discuss this on Sunday too. Okay, would anybody like to bring up something related to their targeting that they either don't understand or would like to offer up a countermeasure or something they've.
I would like to. I found something today from the Navy. They just published something about directed energy weapons in August this year, 2017. And they have all these rules about how the weapons should be used and protection for them. And it goes through a lot of explanation about directed energy weapons. I'm trying to get it so that I don't know if anyone would want a copy of that.
Definitely. Most definitely. Can you send it to me? Or a link?
I can send you. Yeah, I have a computer that's messing up down here. Okay. I can send it to you, yes. Let me go up here. I would have to email it, I guess.
Okay.
But it's really, it's really talks a lot about directed energy weapons, and it goes into what it's capable of, and how it affects the body and the purpose of the use, and all of that kind of stuff.
Okay, my email address is Frank.
I got it.
Oh, you have it. Okay. All right. So, yeah, definitely send that out. Maybe Barbara might want a copy.
Sure. I've got a really good one from Ann too about microwave, and I think I sent it to you. She sent me a couple of really good files. I don't know if she's here tonight.
Ann, I don't know. Ann from New York was here. I don't know if she still is.
Not Ann from New York, Ann from Massachusetts.
I'm not sure about that. We have another Ann from California that kind of dropped out of sight. A little worried about her. I'll have to get in touch with people out in California and find out.
Lucy, stop. No. That's enough. No more. Stop it. See? Stop.
What, have you got an animal that's trying to hop up in your lap or something?
No, he's got allergies real bad, and he gets itching one spot all the time. Then it turns bad, and that's why I tell him to stop it and try to teach him that. I'm trying to treat him the holistic way, so it takes forever for this allergy to get better. But I didn't know I was online. That you heard that.
Yeah.
Is Alex still here from the guy with the accent?
I am not sure about that. He was caller 13. No, I don't see him. See, that's why it's great to go one at a time, because then you can hear who wants to speak. If the whole room is muted and somebody flashes their mute button 5 or 6 times, I know that they want to speak, or they unmute.
Oh, I see.
That way there we don't have a crowd and drown people out.
Yeah, I would like to talk to him some more.
Yeah, I would as well. Yeah, the way these systems work is once somebody is talking, it's almost seamless. Like TalkShoe is, there's a gap of like a second or so almost. But systems like this one, they're virtually seamless until you get 2 or 3 people that have got the floor, and that locks everybody else right out. No one else can say a word and be heard. So that's the way it works. But one at a time is always best. That way you can comment on what somebody's saying, and you're free to unmute. Nobody's permanently muted here ever. Anytime you want to speak, just feel free, unmute. When you're not speaking, mute, because it keeps the lines clean. And the research group has been doing a lot. We've got a lot of new angles on exactly what's happening.
Like what?
We keep drifting back and catching on to the efference factor. It's like reference, only dropping off the R. It's actually the delay between the time your ear picks up a sound and your brain actually calculates it and presents
So
it.
that's an important point.
That's a very important point. Yeah, they use that delay.
For what?
To
You
learn.
mean they program that into whatever they're doing?
They use that delay along with any other delay that they can find, such as the difference between a phone and a computer, the efference factor. They use that delay because they can hear before you can, because they're on your cochlea, your cochlear nerve,
Oh, I see.
which is attached to your eardrum. So that's very important for those of you who have V2K 24/7. And I do, so it was important for me to learn and to pass it on to other people who have V2K. How many people here? I know Angel does, but how many people here have V2K? Roughly.
Me.
Okay.
Well,
I think I have
subliminal.
inaudible. Me too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
24/7.
Okay. Lloyd does.
Yeah. You got me.
I think everybody gets it, to be honest with you. I think all targets get it.
Well, I think some of them maybe get subliminals and they actually aren't
Right.
getting the spoken word. There's a
I
couple
think
of,
some of it is silent
yeah.
too.
There-
Go ahead, sorry. I think some of it is silent. I think I was targeted for a while.
Yeah, it's subliminal. That's what I was.
Yeah, that too.
You can feel the suggestions, or at least I can. You can feel that they're there. And one perp told me they actually have a yes or a no button. When they press the yes button, you can feel it to the point where what they're saying, they want you to believe it as to be true.
Yeah.
And the no button.
Suggest.
Yeah, the no button, you can feel that right away too. So it's really a bizarre system, but they've definitely tapped into your brain in many areas.
Yeah.
Frank, hi, Frank, this is Beth.
Hi, Beth.
Hi, how you doing?
Good. What's up?
In reference to what you were just talking about, the yes and no.
Yes.
They use vibration on me. Like if I'm laying down in my bed, if I feel a back and forth movement or a vibration, that's no. And if it's an up and down motion, it's a yes.
I don't get that at all. They don't tell me yes or no. Isn't that funny?
Well, what I was actually, I was
Go ahead.
referencing the feeling you get when you're leaning towards doing something.
Like impulse.
Like going down to Dairy Queen to get an ice cream cone or something. There's
Yeah.
a yes, it's that yes feeling. Well, that's what I'm talking about. And the no feeling, I don't feel like going because it's raining out. So they use these two basic principles to try and learn from you. What do you got, a jigger there, Bob, making a drink or what?
No, that's not me.
Okay, just
I
check.
think too they try to get you to be impulsive all the time, and you make you think it's your own thought or what you want to do when it isn't. It's impulse.
It still is. They try and make you think it's theirs.
Yeah, but they try to make you be very impulsive. It seems like.
They take advantage of everything. If you cut your finger, for example, and you can't remember where you cut it, they'll say, oh, well, we cut it while you were sleeping or something stupid like that. But it's just the way they operate. They operate in the red zone all the time, or more properly addressed, the gray zone. See, they're never really factual about everything, and when they are, it's a lie.
Hey, that's Frank. I call them. I say they operate behind the back. There's some behind the back operators.
Yep, I agree
Same thing
with
as
that.
what you're saying.
Yep.
Yeah, up is down, down is up.
Also, I learned too. I looked up a site that had. It was really a great site. I can't remember it offhand, but it had to do with a lot of New World Order mentality. Which there's either lies, fractions of truth. There's black and white polar thinking only, and something always means something. And I think that's the same mentality, kind of, too. Maybe.
Yeah. Barb, I just muted you because you're chopping ice or something, or hacking at your keyboard. Yeah, but there's so many different ideas that I'm getting from people, but I can feel when this yes signal comes on and when the no signal comes on, and they expect you to just jump right up and follow what this no signal is, but it's different than your own no signal. It's artificial. You can tell it's artificial.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
You don't follow it.
Synthetic.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I look at it this way. Our thoughts have like a serial number on them that's our own. Theirs don't. And that's the way I look at it, because I can always spot what they're trying to sell me.
Yeah, I'm starting to. I still can't catch them all, but I'm starting to. And I never, if I feel like it's one of those synthetic, I never do it. I never follow it, or sometimes I'll delay it just to make sure, because they also get points, I think, and money based on how much they can make you do a day. I think they lab rat that, and so I try to make it harder for them to get that.
They say they wage bets between themselves.
Yeah.
I know they
over
do that.
human beings.
Mm-hmm. And they literally have, if you count the number of hours that they're working with you, there are those of you who will say, well, they have shifts. Some of them may have shifts, but these two guys, they sleep when I sleep. When I'm up, they're up. And if they're like really drunk like they are tonight and causing all kinds of problems for me, I've got Dave Case's CD, and I'll crank that thing right up, and I can go to sleep with it on, and that keeps them up. They can't go to sleep if there's any noise, because all their lights on their board go on, I guess, and they can't go to sleep.
It's AI too, right? Live and or computer, both.
Could you repeat that for me?
It's also, is it AI or computer and live people both 24/7, all of it?
I don't think for the most part it's AI. It is a computer that is logically making decisions based on the information. Like you answer a question 100 times. They take the averages every time, and they work it down until there's like 5 or 10 answers, we'll say. And then they finally get down to the point where you answer this question this time of day when you're feeling tired, with answer number 2. So that's the one they throw out there. So they try and get you to stay on your routine. So if you get off your routine as much as you can, it's best. Now,
they use conditioning.
Exactly.
They use a lot of conditioning, so they can try to sway your train of thought, so that when they start trying to engage in conversation, your mind will automatically go to that subject or whatever is going on in your life, and they try to keep you on that to prevent you from thinking, because they don't want you to be in your left brain. They want you to be in the right brain. So with imagination, or even like if you expect, for instance, if I did something that they didn't like or was surprised, they go, oh my God. But the thing of it is, what I noticed with mine was a pattern on them, the AI. What I expect the AI to react, the V2K does react, but it's based on my expectation, my conditioned expectation of if I do this, the V2K is going to say, "Oh my God, it's not them, it's not me, it's what I'm anticipating them, it's what I'm anticipating the V2K to respond." So when I think, oh, they're going to think this way, they're following that pattern too. All of it is conditioning, and it's repetitious.
Right. And they'll present something that's a good idea, something that you would think of. Like, okay, you should go get the sugar first before the milk. And since the sugar's close, okay, you grab the sugar. Wow, you know. But it's just an example.
And then they brag.
Exactly.
But it's not really true. I feel like it just, and I know I've said this before, but it just feels like I'm a host, and it's not even me. They have complete conversations without me even participating. So that's what it feels like.
They're trying to engage you. That's what they do. They'll do that to me at night sometimes. They'll try to engage my mind in a conversation to keep me from sleeping.
Yeah. Or something else.
Yeah.
A lot of
and they're trying to get the reaction. They need that reaction. Stronger reaction, the stronger the signal.
Do they get points for that too?
Yeah, you bring up getting points. You see, what you have to understand, there's a lot of different ways these people can get this equipment and or program. They might pay somebody $50 for it. They might find it in the trash. They might find it on some sleazy site. But the bottom line is there's so many different ways. So we have a variety of people that have these computer programs, a variety. So it's not just, we'll say, government. It's not just, say, private citizens. It's not just the private sector. We have a cross-section of people that have this stuff. So it's not just people that are getting paid. It's people that are gamers, like my two are gamers with nothing to do. Yep. So a lot of it's gaming. A lot of it. I'm hearing a lot more of it all the time, that it's just gaming. They've played every game in the book, all the new stuff, and they've finally found the ultimate game. And they can't put it down. Once it's like a good book, they can't put it down, and they get stuck in front of that screen till it burns out. And
you know something, Frank? Can I say something?
Sure.
You know something, years ago when I was on FFCHS, and afterwards when I opened my own call, I used to talk about the gamers, Xbox and all those other games.
Yep.
And I was telling people that a lot of the targeting is from these games. And boy, did I get booed off the calls because of that. Nobody believed me. And here, you're coming out with this, and I want to say, I told all of you, I told you so years ago, and nobody believed me. Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
But this is the ultimate game.
Exactly.
You can play with real people, and you can fuck with real people.
Yeah.
And that's all the more reason they should be in prison. As far as
yeah, exactly. Well, there are also people who like to live on the edge. Some of these gamers like to live on the edge. So they're just waiting for the police to come to the door. And that's who they are. They're just nuts. And my two are total drunks. So they stay that way 90% of the time. They don't know what's going on half the time, and they've driven themselves crazy. So between that, the alcohol and being crazy and being a gamer, they're on Fantasy Island all the time. So they don't even know what they're doing anymore.
And people die, and that's just what,
Right.
because of it. And
Yep.
yeah, horrific.
They're not familiar with the psychology of addiction. And if you're an alcoholic already, you may be predisposed to being addicted to gambling, smoking, I stopped smoking. I started vaping. It's fantastic. I just have a cigarette every once in a while.
I don't think they're the ones that are reading the data. That's my feeling that I'm getting with my perps now. And because all they do is hit the button or they do the electronic thing, but they're not the one understanding the human behavior. There's somebody else, at least in my situation.
Yeah, that wrote the program.
A doctor or somebody. They're doing the spam is Dr. Tinnitus, Dr. Oz, brain expert, somebody that's involved in neural research.
MK Ultra was designed on neural research and psychology and hypnotism. So if they're following the MK Ultra game plan book, it's written in already, and it's written into the program. And just the way the computer responds is also written into the computer program. So what you're dealing with is, okay, this is the real MK Ultra or the real RNM, which is, closely tied. It's the same basic thing.
Hey, I just sent that video to you, the other Jones, so I hope you can tell the group what you think.
Oh, great.
And also the document from the Air Force.
Oh, great. That's fantastic. Yeah, I found the Air Force on a lot of the patents that I see granted by the United States Air Force. That's something you don't like to see. I don't, because I'm still really proud of my country. I'm just not too proud of some of the people in it. I'm hoping right now that President Trump will take a good look at this situation and straighten it out. I understand that. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Didn't mean to cut you off. People who have a question about what exactly is it's in those DEWs, they break it down and tell you exactly what it is, and what are all the features of it. What kind.
Yeah.
What type of injury it causes. So this is like complete information about all the DEWs that's throughout the United States.
Yeah, because I put out 22 patents. They're all hyperlinked. So if you look at a patent, the group, there's 22 of them, they're all hyperlinked to the patent itself, and then on the patent are hyperlinks so that you can go to the various amendments and updates to the patent and the patent owner, who the inventors are, and who the original grantee was. So that's posted on Targeted Massachusetts if anybody wants to look. It's easy to look up. It's not a real big process. You don't have to go to the patent office site to look anything up. All you have to do is just keep clicking on those links, and it uncovers the whole thing. And there is a couple on dues too. But if you do run into patents, I think mine are the only ones that are hyperlinked. Just open it up, you'll see a list. One is remote neural monitoring. You can click on a number of patents in there. You can see the inventors, you can see pictures of the device. And there are like 2 or 3 in there about DEUS. So I've never run into any, thank God, but they exist. I have not seen one. I'd love to. I've seen pictures that people have grabbed. Neil down in Florida, his call, I noticed on his site, he's got a picture of one of the devices that TI gave me a couple years ago. But it's getting out there anyway. I just noticed the picture is starting to circulate. But he was from, I think it's the guy that's from Australia. He sent me a lot of pictures of all kinds of different stuff. And
Picture of what, Frank? A drone?
No, not drones. He sent me pictures.
Some type of directed energy weapon?
Exactly, yeah. It was very small, small green box, handheld, with, a flare on the front of it, like a horn.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah.
I wanted to tell you, how you can tell if what you're seeing in the sky is a real drone or not?
How?
Well, usually, the drones that I've seen have been stationary in one spot. Hangs there, same spot all night. The moon moves, but they don't. And you can always tell if it's a drone compared to a star, is the drone is usually between the moon and the earth, whereas the star is, of course, way out there. And that's how you can tell a drone from a star.
All right,
People confuse them.
Okay, sorry to interrupt, but given what the drones are painted with, they're painted with light absorbing material, light refracting material, light reflecting material, radar reflecting material. So what are they using to light up? Any kind of lights that would emulate a star.
Bright light. Yeah, brighter than a star, brighter than any star. That's what I saw.
So what's going to produce that kind of light?
Well, there's
reflection of the sun.
Well, this is what happens with the ones I see.
It reflects off the moon. So if they're high up like that, you'd think they'd pick up the light from the moon. From the sun.
Well, this is what happened. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
From the ones that I see, what happened? Okay, when they come in like they are some sort of maybe helicopter. They sound like helicopters. The lights on the sides, like blue, yellow, are blinking as they're coming in like a regular plane, regular helicopter, right? In the front, there is this a bright light always on all of them. So when they get into the space, when they get into the airspace that they want to get in, they turn the other lights off. And the only lights that's showing, the one light that's showing is the one in the front. So you can't see at night, you can't see it. You can't see the craft. It's a dark craft coming in. You can't see it. The only thing you can see is the bright light in the front. That's also the point to where they are directing the energy weapons. Well, I can't say that's where they're directing the energy weapons, but from some of my videos, when I zoom them, you see a halo flickering around the white light, like something is coming out of it.
Yeah.
But when they get ready and they go real slow, slow motion, back and forth, they move, they can go between the trees, they can hover over your roof, they do all this weird stuff, and when people see them, they think they're looking at a star. They're called star drones. Yeah. They're not stars.
See, I know it's
so
not
when they
a star because it's between me and the moon, and there ain't no star there. But you're absolutely right about the bright white light and the flickering. You see flickering.
Mhm. And when they get ready to move out, for some reason, when they get ready to fly out, they can't fly out in the same motion that they use that autonomous motion of hovering. When they get ready to leave, they have to turn those engines back on. They have to turn those lights on the side back on, and then they move out fast. But once they get into the airspace, they turn everything off and they switch over to the autonomous technology. And
See,
then they
I've
move
never
real
seen
slow.
them. I've never seen them come in, and I've never seen them leave. They've always just been there because I've gone out at night, maybe, walk to the store or something. They've always just been there. So I've never seen them come in or leave. But I know it's a damn drone.
They mine come in the same time every night, and they even tried to hide by spraying chemtrails. The sky was blasted with chemtrails, so you couldn't see them one day. So I mean,
Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No,
well,
I don't know.
One night I came out and it was really foggy. The ceiling of the clouds was pretty low. But this drone, there was a circle of, you could see up into the sky where there was a hole there. I mean, a big hole. And in the middle of that hole was the drone. I don't know if they created it or they just took advantage of it. But he sat there and he sits there, does not move. Amazing. I wonder what the bright light is.
They probably have to. They use that for vision. Whoever's controlling it and manning it, they've got to have some sort of device to be able to point. They probably in that is your infrared features. I mean, in that is probably the infrared technology. They could be also using that for pointing and directing, directed energy. So whoever's monitoring or manning that drone, if it's not if it's an unmanned drone, then they have to have a way to see. So there's got to have some kind of device on the drone that's going to direct them to where they want to go, and that's probably what they're using, that light.
I don't know. I just think it was really weird that they had this super bright, brighter than any star light, and I don't know.
I can't imagine. I can't imagine.
Think about that. I'll have to sit.
I can't imagine the military or the army or the Navy who put these rules and laws in place. I can't imagine that they really know that this is happening.
They know. They know.
I believe people within the organizations are doing it that's criminals. But I believe others that are not criminals don't know.
I think he was just part of the system, the one that I saw. I can't
imagine why the Navy would allow this.
I think they just hang up there and observe things going on all the time.
You know what it costs?
Research and development.
What?
Okay. To keep, first of all, if it's a conventional drone, it can't stay in one spot.
Well, this did.
Mine hovers for at least 4 hours.
Yeah, it hovers. It hovered in one place. I'm not saying it stayed stationary. It had to follow the rotation of the Earth in order to stay where it was. So it wasn't stationary.
He can't be. Okay, the drone can't be out of the atmosphere. There's only one plane that we've had that could actually do that, and that's the SR-71 Blackbird. That's the only plane that could actually go out of the Earth's atmosphere and come back in without burning up.
I don't know if it's going out of the atmosphere.
I don't
Well,
I
think so
can see
either.
it. It's
Yeah.
not out of the atmosphere. I'm looking at it.
yeah, well, Barb's talking about going with the atmosphere spins with the Earth. The only
Right.
time you have a problem in terms of the atmosphere is when you leave the atmosphere. Then you can develop all kinds of different orbits. But as
I
far
think
as
you
within the
misunderstood me, Frank. I
oh,
think
okay.
you misunderstood me. The drone stays between the moon and the Earth. Okay, it's not up into the upper atmosphere, but it stays stationary. So what I think it does is it fixes itself on a certain point on the Earth and rotates with the Earth because it's in the same spot as far as I'm concerned. Does that make any sense?
No.
Yeah, she's just trying to figure it out. But
Yeah.
what's really happening, Barbara, is that these drones have what they call an autonomous type technology that allows them to move very slowly and allows them to hover.
Right.
But when they use the technology, the Earth and the rotation of the Earth don't have anything to do with that technology. It's built
Yes,
into
it
the
does.
system.
If it's gonna stay in one spot, it's gotta fix itself to a certain spot on the Earth in order to rotate with the Earth.
Okay, you're in orbit, Barb. The craft you're talking about is in orbit.
Right.
Because the atmosphere.
But it's not. It couldn't be in orbit. It couldn't be in orbit. You're right. Only if it's in orbit, but it's not in orbit.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. The Earth and the atmosphere rotate at 1,000 miles per hour, give or take. Okay? When you get outside of the atmosphere, okay, that's when you are free to hang out in one spot. But if you are within the Earth's atmosphere, you are stuck with the engineering, the physics.
Okay.
So the only thing that will stay in one spot like that is one of these 4-rotor drones. The smaller ones that you've seen that the police have. They're probably, I don't know, 12 feet around tops, 10 feet square or less. Probably a lot less than that.
Oh,
So
this was a big guy.
the big guys are some of them are turboprops, which mean they have a jet engine powering them, but it's a rear propeller always.
I couldn't hear him. He was way, way up there. And then at one point, he dropped way down. He was close to the trees. I would say, you know how the planes come in for landing in a flight path and they get closer and closer? Well, he didn't come down at an angle. He came straight down. He was not far above the trees, I'll tell you. And then he went back up.
So, what color was it?
It was a bright light. That's all I saw was a bright light. And then I saw these flickers come off it like beams coming off it.
Okay, from an energy point of view, it would take, I don't know how many candle power light to produce the kind of display that you're talking about. But
I know what to tell you, Frank, but that's what I saw.
Get pictures.
Frank, there is the TRB-3. The TRB-3 is the secret drone. It's a triangle. It is anti-gravity. It can stay in the air for 20 years.
Yeah, that's an experimental fighter craft.
There is a TI who got it on film in somewhere in the Midwest. This drone was following this TI. It was like a Hopalong Cassidy, if you know who that is. I mean, and was doing all these things that you could not imagine a helicopter or an airplane doing, and at huge speeds. I mean, he'd be here, then he'd be across the sky in 1 second. So he got him on film. I don't remember the video, but it was really intriguing. And I think I have a guy who stands out there like the Star of David every night. Same angle in the sky. I wave, you know, and I said, you and your, I call them joysticker, because, you know, they're unmanned, they say. I said, you know, your joysticker is going to be in trouble if you are harassing or spying on me. So you tell them that, because I know they can hear what I'm saying inside my own home. So
is this like a star too? Bright like that?
It's a triangle. Yes, it is.
Okay. I don't know what to tell you, because
people think they're stars, but they're hanging on the low, you know, horizon. They're not stars.
So Frank, there's a technology out here then that we're telling you about, and because you haven't really experienced it, it's almost unimaginable, right? It's like we're telling our family, hey, this is happening, and they're saying, you know what, that's a star. You know, I told a neighbor, it's like, oh, I thought they were stars, and then when I made him focus on it a little bit more, he said, oh my God, that's a drone. You know, because he didn't know. He said, I thought I was looking at a star. So people don't know what it is until you start pointing it out.
I've been to a lot of houses to look at drones. Okay. I've driven a lot of miles to look at drones, a couple states away, in either direction, we'll say. And what I've found each time are stars. Because
No.
And,
okay, so Frank, I'm going to tell you what I have. I have a video that I don't give to anybody. I won't give anybody this video. But this video is 6 drones all waiting in line. They're all behind one another. You can see them. So the one in the front, you got the one in the front, goes to the space, to the whatever airspace, and he sits there and he hovers and he hovers and he beams and beams. And then, you know what? He moves out. That one moves out. The first one moves out. When he gets ready to move out, the ones that's waiting starts moving into his space. The next one moves into his space. So the first one moves out, and then you can see as he goes over the roof, you can see that it's a drone. So then the other one comes into his space, does the exact same thing, hovers for however long. Then he decides, okay, the second one moves out, and then you can hear him as he's moving out, going over the roof. And as you look up, you're looking at a drone. But when you look, but the third one comes, he goes into the space. But as you're looking at them in that space, they look like stars. They look like a star. But as they move out, I have a video show them coming and going. As they're coming, it looks like a drone. When they get into space, they look like stars.
Right. But as I said, you can always tell it's a drone because it's between you and the moon. Anything beyond the moon is a star.
Well, mine were lower than 400 feet, so I don't know how close to the moon it was, but they were lower than 400 feet in the air.
What?
Hi, Sally Ann. Hi, Frank and
hi, Sally Ann.
Barbara. How are you?
Very good. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Oh, that's
good.
good.
What are you going to say, Frank, about a drone?
I have been looking at a lot of the UFO videos on YouTube, and I think that everyone should take a look at them because I think some of these things we think are drones are UFOs. We are getting swarmed with extraterrestrials now. They're everywhere.
I don't want to hear it.
Well, we can't hear it because
I know this is a drone.
If this call moves into UFOs, it's not going to be good because we cannot be associated with UFOs or else every case we ever come up with will get shot down. But I appreciate
Right.
saying,
Well, you talk about the lights,
yeah.
and I've seen footage of these lights that hover and split, and I've seen drones too, but I think if you can't really describe what it is and you're talking about a light, then you should look at this footage and try to differentiate between a drone and something else.
I would think extraterrestrials would be up beyond the moon.
No.
This certainly was a lot lower than the moon. This was definitely lower than the moon.
Well, what you
I
have
made
to
sure of
understand
that
too,
point.
you have the International Space Station. They have actually a newsletter that you can get, an email that tells you where to watch for the space station because you can see it. There are a lot of satellites that are not in stationary orbit. That they go by, they catch a lot of light. So there's only like 1 million satellites out there. We have like 1 million satellites plus.
Yeah, but it isn't going to come down and get over the trees and then go back up either.
Well, that's
So-
these unidentified flying objects do that.
Well,
They
I
come
was
close to the Earth.
I was so
They come
stunned at the time. I really didn't have the wherewithal to take pictures. I was like, "What the hell is this?" And how can it drop down like that? And then it
It's not.
went back up.
Yep.
And I was like,
So,
and I
so let
knew
me tell you
it
what
was a
it's.
drone because I'd
Let me
seen
tell you
it
the
so
name
many
of it.
nights before, and it wasn't an extraterrestrial. I know it
Let me tell
wasn't.
you
I
the
know
name.
it was a drone.
The name of it is
Well,
called Anti-Gravity Autonomous.
I had a one of those small jets, fighter jets,
Yeah.
stalking me for a while when I lived in Rockland, and one of them hovered down right in front of my bedroom window. I was on the 3rd floor in my condo, and I didn't see it. It had camouflaged itself. And then all of a sudden it turned its light, flashed its light right at me, right into my bedroom, and I freaked out.
There's only 2 aircraft built that will do that. One of them is the F-35, which is relatively new, and the other one was British, and we now produce it.
Okay.
Well, I
Frank,
think it was a Hornet.
No,
How
they
about a
they don't
small
come, they can't do that.
That somebody brought in the store.
No. You all listen to me.
A Hornet
It's called
takes the other one.
Can y'all hear me? It's called
Yes, ma'am.
anti-gravity autonomous drone technology. Now, they call those. You can look up Star Drone, anti-gravity autonomous Star. It's a new technology. It was created by this man. The military is using it. The government is using it. They're called anti-gravity autonomous government drones sometimes. All you got to do is YouTube. Do the YouTube and look up Star Drones. They'll give you an enormous amount of videos of how these things operate. And people are seeing these things all over the place, not knowing what they are. Frank, it's a new technology, Frank, just created by this man. I forget his name, but they're testing this technology out even on airplanes, like it's Cessnas and planes like that, helicopters.
I believe it.
So
I've seen
and
it.
when people see it, they think they're looking at a star.
Nope. Too close for a star.
Right.
You know
It's
that
not a-
movie? You know that movie, Frank, True Lies, with Arnold Schwarzenegger? You know the jet he flies in that?
That's the English version, and that's not a small jet. That thing is enormous.
I'm gonna send send you a video where they put autonomous, anti-gravity autonomous technology on a jet. I'm going to send this to you, Frank. I'm going to send it to you. So you'll
send it to me too.
Appreciate it.
Give me you all's emails. I'm going to send it to everybody. Because we need to get past this. We need to get past this technology and realize that this technology is being used on us.
Right. I'm being stabbed in the ear. Right now, it feels like a sharp pencil.
I was reading an article today about this new train that they have. It's called magnetic levitation. And what they do is they put this train in magnetic, it's raised up off the rail by magnetic levitation, and they put it in a tunnel, and the tunnel has very low air pressure, and it just can go 250 miles per hour because there's no resistance with the low air pressure. But
I just
put levitation to raise it up, to keep it going.
I just put a video from YouTube. It's called the TRB-3 anti-gravity for targeting individuals. It's if you click, I just put the YouTube thing there. It's 1 minute and 12 seconds. It shows it's a triangle thing, and it's used to target individuals. And Frank said it is experimental. It was experimental 15 years ago.
It's experimental a lot longer than that.
Well, it's mainstream now. Click on it.
Okay, we'll do that.
Where's the video? Let me click on the video. Where is it at? You just put, what is it called? I can go to YouTube.
TRB-3.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Anyway, it's TRB-3 tracking targeted individual in New York. It's the video.
Okay.
Okay, a project like that TRB to make that fly is trillions of dollars. Okay. I can't envision them sending $1 trillion one-of-a-kind aircraft after one target.
Well, I'm not saying he specifically was aimed at me. I'm saying that maybe that was his sector where he was supposed to be.
Yeah. And
I just happened to bump into him because I know that they've got them all up there and they've all got certain areas that they oversee. The military has this whole place mapped out and they monitor it, all of it. That's what I see.
Frank, I'm getting ready to send you all these videos.
Okay.
You'll see they're on a whole bunch of type of aircraft.
You know, they ain't just doing this in one spot. They're doing this all over. This is like profiling. You know, this is profiling everything and everything. I think it's like security companies. Security companies overlap, you know. You go from one area and the other security company picks you up and then you go to another area. I think they do the same with these drones.
Well, maybe not the TRB-3 because it is expensive, but they are. I mean, they showed this one video. It's chasing the guy. He caught it. I mean, that's the video.
I mean, they have smaller drones. They've got these. How do you know it isn't a drone from a
This is reverse engineering. This is anti-gravity. They can go from one spot across the sky in less than a second. Right. No aircraft or helicopter or drone can do that now.
What about these drones people can buy like from a store.
Oh yeah, but they're cute little 4-prop things like Frank was describing, and very noisy. And these TR3s have no noise. It's pure anti-gravity.
I bought one of those little drones and played with it. It made no noise. It had 4 props on it, but it was very.
Oh boy, a guy flew out my window in the courtyard. I said, I was livid. Is that yours? And he got it down and moved out 2 days later.
There was no noise with the little drone I bought.
Well, this was very noisy, so I guess it depends on the technology.
Yeah.
I'm getting ready to send some emails out. So who wants emails about these drones? I'm going to send it out right now.
I want to buy another one.
Oh,
I'd like to get one of those like $300 ones, but they're so expensive.
Well, if you know a perp, it'd be cute just to put one outside his window nonstop for a few hours.
Yeah.
And like say, look, they're doing it to you too.
Have it sit out in the middle of the street and take pictures of the perps pulsing me. That's what I'd like to do. Maybe I'll do that. Who knows?
All right, who would like a copy? Because I'm getting ready to send it out now.
I would.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
MEMOIR.
Wait a minute, give me that again. Yep, I got Frank.
What are you doing?
Yours is MEL.
MEMOIR.
MEMOIR.
That was very good, by the way.
65@yahoo.com.
MEMOIR. What?
65. At yahoo.com.
Anybody else want one? A copy?
Yes, I would like one.
Okay, what's your email?
S is in Sam, I is in Indigo, Z is in Zebra, Z is in Zebra, A is in Apple, R is in Robert, D is in David, 1 at Gmail.
Okay, anybody else? Because I'm going to send it out.
Yeah, I'll have one. Melinda, or excuse me, Melfi, M as in Mary, E-L, F as in Frank, E-E. Melfi, 2002 at Yahoo.
Okay.
I would like one tie.
Be right back, everybody.
Thank you for that.
Could you also include me?
Yes, what's your email?
TIEDNJ at Gmail.
TIEDNJ at gmail.com.
Tied,
Okay,
like I'm
that's it?
tied. TIEDNJ, yeah.
I got it. Okay, I'm sending it to everybody now. Okay.
We'd like a copy also, please.
You want a copy? Okay.
It's Nancy Berlin, BERLIN, 258 at gmail.com.
Nancy Berlin 258?
Yes, Nancy Berlin 258, Gmail.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right. So that I'm sending it now. Let me send it to myself too.
I'll let a copy.
Okay, what is your email?
C-A-R-T.
E-A-R?
Yeah, like car.
E-A-R?
T. 557.
E-A-R.
Heart.
E-A-R-T?
Yep. 5572 at gmail.com.
Okay.
Me too.
Anybody else? That's it.
It's me.
Okay, what is it?
It's Ash, A-S-H, Henderson, H-E-N-D-E-R.
Wait, spell that again. It's S?
It's Ash. Ash like ashes.
A-S-H?
Henderson, Henderson, Henderson,
So that's two H's, right? Ash Henderson.
Right. Parrish.
At-
P-A-R-R-I-S-H. Parrish.
P-A-R-I-S. Ash Henderson Parrish.
P-A-R-R-I-S-H. At
Ash
iCloud.
Henderson Parrish. Ash Henderson Parrish. Wait a minute. Ash Henderson Parrish. What else?
At
Stop making the
iCloud.com.
noise.
At iCloud.com.
Yes, ma'am.
Ash Henderson Parrish at iCloud.com.
Right.
Okay. Anybody else? That's it? All right, I'm sending it now. Okay. It should be, you should have it. There's a link. You just click on the link, and it'll bring that you to, and it'll show you all these drones.
I want to buy one.
You want to buy one?
Yeah, I had one and it was fun. Except there, you know, you got to really practice in order to control them. Because you make a slight wrong move and they're gone.
Mm. Somebody's address wasn't found.
It flew over the
Ash
fence.
Henderson Parish. Ash Henderson Parish. Yours wasn't found. Your email wasn't found.
Did you spell Parrish for me?
P-A-R-I-S-H.
It's 2 R's.
Oh, 2 R's. Let me resend this to you. Oh my goodness. Let me see. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna forward. Let me do this again. Okay. Ash Henderson. P-A-R-I-S-H. At iCloud.com. Ash Henderson.
Go ahead.
Ash Henderson Parish. P-A-R-R-I-S-H.
That's right.
At iCloud.com. Right?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm going to send it to you.
My drones flew over the stockade fence. I couldn't see where it went. So I had to walk around the house and go in the yard the back way. And when I went looking for it in the grass, I couldn't find it. So I had to make it levitate. And it, you know, and it flew up and it just rose right out of the grass. It was really cool. And I really want another one. But I wasn't really good at it. You have to practice with those things in order to steer them correctly. There's a website.
Get it?
Huh?
There's
a website called Parrot that sells them pretty cheap. Like $100.
Yeah, they're really fragile.
This wasn't. This was fine. Even crashed into a truck that was parked in front of my house, and it didn't do anything to it.
Really?
Yeah, it was kind of a cool little thing. I'd like to buy it again, play with it.
Where did you get it?
Brookstone.
Brookstone. That must be a store that's up by you. I don't know where that is.
I think they're online.
Oh.
They sell all kinds of stuff.
Mm.
All right.
I think it
I
was
saw
only
one in Kohl's for $100, and it looked like it would fall apart if it crashed into anything.
Oh no, this was built to carry packages.
Oh.
So it was pretty substantial.
Did they give you any kind of maps or information on how to navigate it?
Yeah. I use my iPod. You have to use your iPod or an iPhone. And then you bend it forward, and then you bend it toward you, and it will either make it go up or go down, right, left. You move the iPod.
Would it work with an Android phone?
I have no idea.
Did you have to load an app onto your phone?
Yeah.
Oh, they must have an app for an Android too.
Google Parrot. Parrot official drones. It was a mini drone. Yeah, Parrot official drones, mini drones, audio connected. I had a mini drone. I had the, let me see which one I had. I had, let me see. You can buy these like control sticks too type of thing rather than put it on your phone. You can buy a fly pad, they call it.
Yeah, I was specifically interested in the drones that are targeting humans. That's why I brought up drones. But it's interesting because these four-bladers will stay in one spot for as long as they have battery power. Or dive, or, you know, go sideways, up, down. But, you know, I was trying to work those into, because so many people have brought them up, I've been trying to work them into satellite technology and ground-based radar. But I'm still trying to find out
Hello?
where they all are.
Hello?
Yes?
If you go to insitu.com, those are the drones, UAVs that are attacking me. It's insitu.com.
FITU.
Okay.
What's that?
No, I like India. I like Nancy. S like Sam. I like India. T like Tom. You like Union.com.
Are you saying you want an email of what I just sent out?
You say that again, that link?
I get 404 on that link, Tide.
Well, for who?
The RSITU.com.
Oh, okay. It's here. Let me go double check.
He's still on the chat if you can.
They don't have my drone here anymore. Maybe it's different.
Okay, I just checked the link. It's fine. It's INS like Sam ITU.com.
Gee whiz.
Zelenka?
INSITU.
Yeah, I was scanned by Melinda Kidder, and 3 of my implants were traced back to this UAV drone company. And every night they pulse my implants, and the worse the pulsing is, the more torture, the closer the drones are. And I see the drones out there every night.
So
and they
you have those.
They have contracts.
You
They
have
have
these
contracts,
implants?
DoD contracts. Mm-hmm.
You have them?
This company has DoD contracts, and they work for the Border Patrol. They work for the U.S. Coast Guard. They work for the Air Force. They have contracts with the Air Force, the Coast Guard, Border Patrol, and they also I guess, have some sort of a contract to attack TIs, because I have 3 implants that were traced back to this company.
What
and
frequency?
this,
Did you have them removed?
no,
Then how
I
did you
don't
trace
have a doctor that will remove them.
How'd you identify them?
Melinda Kidder.
By
You know the
frequency?
By
These things look
FCC
dangerous.
frequency. The FCC frequencies that were being emitted from my body were traced back to this drone company.
Wow.
You know what frequencies were they?
I'm not allowed to give that information out.
Yeah.
Why?
Because other people can hack into those frequencies and attack, and I'm also going to be using those frequencies in court. So.
Okay.
Because everybody seems to say that, but it's weird because we don't share information, and then it's kind of strange that even us, the TIs, are being secretive about our own attacks. So it's kind of like we're assisting, the attackers by concealing all this information that could help us.
You could give the range. I mean, you don't have to give your frequency, but say
Sure.
it's between 2,000.
I just want to measure it in my house.
Yeah, just
So they're between, all the frequencies that we get are, TIs have been found with are 2,400 to 27 megahertz.
Okay, well that's not exactly true, because that won't work on your brain very well, will it?
2,400 megahertz, you said?
You calling me a liar? This is information from Columbia Investigations.
Columbia
Investigations?
You said 2,400 megahertz?
And now you're like arguing with me over privileged information I didn't even have to give out.
Did you say 2,400 megahertz in that range? Because that's what I'm seeing on my hack.
Well,
See,
be careful about
followed-
giving out your information if it's court information,
I followed
How are you
these people since
determining-
they started, so.
Because I'm on my hack RF, I'm seeing from like 24 in the 2,400 range, like a broad range, and it just rises the whole range. 2.4 gigahertz. It's microwave frequency. Is that in that range? Around that range?
Can I ask how you're measuring that, please?
Hack RF is like a device you can buy online.
SRF.
Hack, HACK RF. And it's
that's
about $200. Mm-hmm.
It's a program or a website or.
It is a little device. It's like it looks like a radar detector, and then you plug it into your computer, your laptop, or whatever, and then you have an antenna, and then you download a program that you can scan different frequencies.
So you can actually scan for frequencies that are in the air,
Yeah.
or like
Yeah, and what you end up seeing is like in a range, the whole broad spectrum, like not just one frequency, but the whole range rises. And it just kind of, and you got to aggregate all those frequencies and add them together, and that's your power, right? And that's how they burn you.
yeah. I mean, but is it a range of frequencies that are out there, or is it a particular range that's within this, within your contiguous with your own? In other words, going through, that you're measuring right around your immediate vicinity.
I think there's two things. I think there's the frequency that they can find you with, and that's the one that you got to remain secret, I guess, because you don't want to reveal that, I guess. And then there's there's just once they find you, they just blast you with that microwave, that 2400 range. They just burn you, and that's just a general range of frequencies. It doesn't matter as long as they find you directed at you. They can send anything your way. But there's the detection, which is your personal frequency, and then there's the actual pain, whatever the weapon that they fire at you, which is microwaves, which is the 2400 range, 2.4 gigahertz.
You know what that 2.4 gigahertz is commonly used for, don't you?
No.
Well, it is 2.45. That is what the microwave oven and the cell phones function on. Also, smart meters.
2.4 is Wi-Fi as well.
Yeah, it is. They bounce 2.4 to 5.0.
But you're right. It burns us. It cooks. That's how it functions in a microwave oven. It heats up the water molecules, both in whatever you got in the microwave oven, but it also heats up your water molecules in your brain, your body, your skin, etc. That's why I'm always ranting about the joys and the consequences of using cell phones.
The new 5G is you're going to have 2.4 gigahertz up to 90 gigahertz. It's going to literally cook your brain.
Well, it functions.
Yeah, can I say something for a second?
Not a good thing. You're right. Well,
hi, this is James. I just want to say one thing. The 2.4 gigahertz. I've done a little bit of research into this, and it is the frequency of DNA, like the frequency used to cook meat. It's not to heat water. It's the frequency that is used to cook meat. And why that is important, it is because it's the frequency of your DNA. And could you put yourself on mute, please? You're making too much noise.
James.
What?
James, you have not gotten a new phone yet, have you?
No, we haven't. Let me just back
okay, well, slow down because you're still muffled, so we want to hear this.
You know what's happening? Because this phone was okay on another call, and I think they're able to, based on what's happening, they're able to muffle this phone somehow. And I apologize about that, but yeah, they don't want me talking about this. So it's the frequency that is used to cook meat, and that's important because meat is DNA, and it's
terrible.
It was picked on purpose because I believe that the CIA, maybe other people, wanted to use Wi-Fi frequencies to talk to people's DNA. And they knew that would be in a common thing that would be in everybody's house. So they could talk to your DNA with the Wi-Fi signal. So that's all I wanted to say.
So then it goes on to beg the question of why are we complicit in this buying and using lethal technology?
Well, partly because your cable company will tell you it's absolutely safe, and they'll tell you that your refrigerator puts out 15
That is right. No,
hey, James.
We have been led down the primrose path. We have been bamboozled. We have been or Prevava. We've been lied to once again, you know, and everybody has got that cool factor. Oh, look at what this can do. Look at the apps and all that.
Yeah,
Hey, James.
And you know, your cable people that tell you this, they don't know any. That's what they're told. They're told to tell you that your refrigerator is 15 times more. But
regarding the frequencies, James, you were speaking of, is that in that 2400 range? Is that the radar scatter frequency? If you see a broad range rise like that, and it's all red and yellow.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, is that what's known as that radar, the scatter kind of frequency thing? Because it spreads across a wide range and it just rises.
Yeah, I don't. It's just it's, you know, in the gigahertz range, microwaves, the catch-all term. You need to call it. Whoever is probably making the application is calling it something specific for that.
Because it's not just one frequency; it's the whole range. Like it's from 2400 to 2440. It just all rises, like, you know, pretty evenly. It's all, you know, it's all bumpy everywhere, but it's not just one little frequency. It's just a whole broad spectrum that rises at the same time. So you got to add all those powers, and that, you know, that's equivalent to a really strong one frequency signal.
Yeah, you wouldn't send a signal that broad. Yeah, you're talking probably about spectrum analyzers.
About what?
Well, you're probably talking about detecting it with a spectrum analyzer. You can analyze it. You wouldn't send it then.
You know, you can take your Wi-Fi out. I did. It's a pain in the neck with the wires. However, you know, they can't latch onto you in your home. And if you get a little flip-top phone and only use your smartphone for apps at home and leave it at home when you go out, you'll cut down a lot of your harassment, electrical harassment.
Really?
You know, I'm convinced that it's like a satellite. What's his name? Lighthouse, Richard Lighthouse at the Boston conference, Hope and Unity. He said that, you know, this is not your neighbor pointing some weapon at you. This is the satellite, the Star Wars, you know, a missile defense system that the first Bush came up with, Bush came up with, and they didn't have anything to use it with. So it just tracks you with a microwave, and it follows you everywhere. You know,
well, unfortunately, also is your neighbor pointing something at you.
You think?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I've been all over the country, and it was always somebody right next door, right next to me, above me, below me, and other people are saying the same thing. And the reason I think they need to be close to you, to interact with your environment, to perk you, to know different places you're going to go. So they're always basically where you sleep, where you come back to sleep. That's where they're going to be. And so they'll break into your house. You know, it's a whole program. It's not just, sure, anybody could do it anywhere in the world, but they can't do the perping. They can't interact with your environment anywhere in the world.
Yeah, you see, I don't get that. I don't get like gang stalked. I just get burnt all the time.
Well, if you get harassed like that, then they are going to be near you because they probably break into your house and you don't know it. They put chemicals around. They also drug us. And they will put those in your house, and they can do that remotely with microwaves or however. You look up chemical vapor deposition. See what I mean by that? They can put chemicals on you, either they can put a cloud of them or one little piece, very accurately placed on your body. And it will go into your skin because they can drive it in there. Yeah, so that's why I think they have to be near, and it's always proven out. I've never been able to disprove it. So again, when people tell you that it's not your neighbor, you want to, maybe they really believe that, but a lot of times it is infiltrators who want to steer us away from the right thing. I don't want to say, I think people mean well. They don't want you to get in trouble, blaming your neighbor and hitting someone or doing something, to break out. But they want to keep you safe. But on the other hand, you have to know what's really happening. And it really is. If not your neighbor, they've allowed the perp to come in and use your home as a platform to irradiate you.
Yeah, but I could get in my car and drive 80 miles an hour on a whim, and it'll follow me in the car. So
yeah, that's right.
I don't think they can organize
very
that.
Sophisticated technology. They can steer these beams with synthetic aperture radar, which means that it doesn't need it steers the electronic beam at 80 miles an hour, if you know what I mean. So it has to do that. Then, when you're in the car, this is very sophisticated because they can actually do anything that they can do when you're stationary. And it's just, steering it however fast, making turns, going up and down.
So we just bought a new car, and it's got this satellite radio thing, this XM radio, right? And I've always noticed that near my house there's an overpass. We go underneath it, and it's like steel, And for a split second while we're under that, it always relieves my symptoms immediately. And the other day I had this XM radio on, right, the satellite radio on, and I wanted it under that same bridge, and immediately that radio cut out and my pains went away. As soon as I got to the other side, the radio came back on and my pains came back. So that indicates to me that's a satellite.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it doesn't have anything to do with your satellite radio. It would cut out anyway because, in that bridge there's rebar and cement, and they can even get through that with certain frequencies. They can go all the way through it with ELF, I believe. And but it does block it. And if they don't have time to compensate, then it will block it. You notice how they can get through even magnets. Duncan told me this one time, and he said if you have a magnet in each hand and you're twisting the magnet to get EMF, like a chaotic EMF field, you can duplicate that electronically with and my idea is to use a sequencer or something that turns the force on and off, so you put electromagnets on and off, and then, intervals, and get probably close to chaotic EMF field. And I'm thinking maybe that would work to keep ELF at bay, interfere with it.
Can I interject?
Yeah.
Well, this net neutrality, or I should say unneutrality, that's going to work against all of us in the United States. We need to start protest legislation to stop it or reverse it. FCC is going ahead with it. So that means all the United States.
They showed their hand, so this may serve to.
I've been doing this already to friends of mine, preventing me to blocking you from going to different sites, making it look like something else, like it's a technical glitch when it's not. So we knew this was coming. I just didn't know that they would actually get away with it. And their excuses, the FCC's excuses, and the head of the FCC.
Wow. What happened? Jim, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
That sounded like Amy. I think she lost connection or something. She does that once in a while. Yeah, I think with the coming of the real 5G in 2020, we're going to have some real big problems.
Yeah, I heard Trump is behind them.
Well, it's supposed to be like some ungodly strength beyond 4G.
Yeah, it can kill them. I think it will make people sick.
Yeah,
yeah.
Trump has supposedly said it was a security issue, national security. It's really what I think it is national security to get it in to kill everybody and keep them, under the gun, so to speak.
That's going to light up everything but a vacuum.
It's the McCarthyism, electronic style.
Sounds about right.
Nobody can get away when that comes in. I think people are going to have to rise up and stop it. There's no way we can even live.
The only way we're going to get out of this is if everybody gets put under this program.
Well, it's already here. They say 2020, but it is already here. In California, they're putting up 50,000 new antennas and cell phones. It's already here. And I don't think Trump knows the problem because very few people know the problem. I have passed out videos to friends and they read it. They say, "Oh, come on, that's not true." And it's true. It's a cooker. It's going to cook everybody's brain. It's going to go from 5 or the 2.4 to 5, 2.4 gigahertz to 90 gigahertz, which means that it's going to be 90 billion cycles at your ear. So, and Apple has cut out the earplug. You can't put a speaker, your earphones into Apple anymore. They don't have a place for them.
Oh my God.
Really?
So what's going on here? What do you think's going on here? Yes. There's if you listen to Leo Laporte, computer guy, on Saturday and Sunday, he says, "My new Apple doesn't have an earphone." I thought, oh my God. And it's going up to 5G.
I don't know what that means.
That means you're going to get brain cancer in a very short period of time. And I think the only thing to do is to get a little flip phone and only use your Apple for an app at home.
I agree with that. I agree.
Flip phone
as far as the Apple phone goes, it's hard to believe don't a lot of the Apple phone users use the earphones or the earbuds or whatever? I mean,
they don't have a slot anymore. They don't have the female anymore to put your earphones in.
Huh.
People are complaining about that, by the way. So that's good.
I thought there was an adapter for that.
Well, not if you can't put it into anything. You can't take the battery out. Now they don't have an earphone. You're cooked. No pun intended.
Yeah, everything has to be Bluetooth with the new iPhones.
Oh, so I wonder what the Bluetooth is going to operate at if the phone is operating in 5G.
You can look it up online. It has all information on that.
If I might recommend, I just got some new information in the mail. Arthur Furstenberg's newsletter. He formed a group called the Cellular Phone Task Force. I think back in '96. He was a pre-med student, just pursuing his medical education when he became electrosensitive, and he had to change course. And so in the ensuing years, he's in Santa Fe, near Santa Fe, New Mexico. He has been trying to educate and also litigate. He has been in court for years and years for one thing or another, with some successes, about keeping smart meters out of Santa Fe, which apparently he has been successful at, and educating people and getting more members. Anyway, the point is that this newsletter that I just got in the mail, that was thoughtful of him, since I am computer free, answers common questions, many of them that you've been talking about just tonight. Cell phones, questions and answers. I'm thinking that you should be able to access this online if you go to, again, his web, Cellular Phone Task Force. You should be able to
I just got
access.
disconnected.
Say what?
Somebody cut me off when I was talking about the Skull and Bones and the Bush's involvement. That goes deeper with the Hitlers and the Queen of England.
Huh. Well, if
and
I
all
could
the murders.
I just got very little more to say about cell phones. This is actually very accurate information. This guy is the author of the landmark book, The Invisible Rainbow: The History of Electricity, which just recently came out. But this guy has all the information. He answers questions like, he asks, just common. He answers common questions in understandable language. But he also has the numbers. The microwatts per meter squared per hertz or whatever, and 10 to the. And he introduces a new word that I never heard before, a Jansky. That's a measurement of the light from a star or from your cell phone. He talks about if your cell phone were out in space, how much light it would shine. But anyway, he talks about safety. Is it safe to keep a cell phone in my pocket when I'm not using it? And then he answers it in understandable language. He also has everything very noted, all the sources. This guy is meticulous when it comes to sourcing, citing sources. So it's not that long. I think that many of you would find it interesting. Again, you should be able to find it at his website, Cellular Phone Task Force. .org.
Cellular Phone Task Force?
Exactly, .org.
Thank you.
I hope somebody, Melinda or somebody, I hope somebody articulate, all you smart people, take a look and come back and let us know what got out of it.
Well, along with that, I go to Dr. Mercola. I get his newsletter every morning, and he has 2 or 3 phenomenal articles on the dangers of 5G and the cell phone. So if you go to drmercola.com, MERCOLA, and just put in 5G cell phone use or something like that, you'll get wonderful articles also.
So if you can also go to a doctor and get a scan, like a brain scan, and show brain injury, and relate it back to similarities found in the Cuba case. They're about to publish in one of the medical journals the effects of microwaves on the brain, and then you can have everything documented as you've had. I believe that this will make a strong case, because remember that torture and murder, I don't think has statute of limitations. So if you can document this stuff and correlate it back to your, anything you have logged, of these phone calls, I think all chats are logged. I think you have a strong case to put these people, behind bars. Forget about the monetary.
Wait a minute. You say these people. Are you talking about the cell phone industry? Are you talking about?
No. I'm talking about criminals. I'm talking about the Rumsfelds or whomever's behind this. I don't know.
The cell phone industry. they are the criminals.
I know, I understand that, but you can't do a corporation.
In their disclosure statement,
corporations, look, you're chasing right
guilt.
now. You're chasing, you're chasing somebody's tail. Corporations cannot be sued. Nobody's gonna be held liable for it. Forget about that. You got to go about after people behind the these crimes. There are actual people behind these crimes.
Okay, the two FCC chairmen under Obama and under Trump have both said that they are rolling out 5G. Wheeler, who was Obama, said we are not testing it. We're not going to go through all that time wasting stuff. It's coming out, friends, and we will be top of the line in the world. You'll be able to download a movie in 4 seconds instead of 4 minutes. Now, what are we trading here for?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Who cares about downloading a movie in 4 seconds? This is what the kids are coming to.
You got to stick to the fact. I mean, stick to the
trading it for
yes, I'm saying if you go after the FCC chairman and you don't go after Verizon, who in Verizon? You're going to have to see it on paper that they knew it was dangerous, but they're going to do it anyway. That's
right.
You have to see.
That's right.
If you go after the FCC chairman who said they're not going to test it or anything, he said it. Yep. It's on YouTube. That is evidence.
Mm-hmm.
And people are dying because they did not test it.
My high-rise building has 3 cell phone companies. They already have the 5G on top of the building.
Yeah, it's already here. Don't wait till 2020.
Yeah, I mean,
well, and then here's the other slice of the pie. I don't think it's an accident. I don't think you all believe it either, that all these power outages are happening. What happened at Atlanta Airport, all the LAX, that was just a little taste of how, whether it's hackers from another country or our own country, I don't think it's an accident at all.
If anybody lives near University of Pennsylvania or University of Miami, go and you have health insurance, make an appointment with their either audiology department, audio department, and then describe your symptoms and tell them you hear the same ringing that they played on those tapes, and they'll brain scan you and then document it and keep that as evidence. And we'll prosecute.
What? What happened?
That if you get a brain scan, you'll show mild brain trauma that is caused by microwaves and gray matter. And that is what's coming out.
I tried doing that and they denied it. They flat out denied it.
Well, then
some German Nazi guy.
Go to Mexico, go to South America, get a brain scan. Pay for it. If you can, if you have the means.
You know, I'd like to mention that there's a mountain of evidence that the Navy largely have been suppressing for many, many years. All the research that they had done on animals and humans since World War II, since the 40s. It was just relatively recently unearthed by Dr. Magda Havas, all the Navy stuff, and there's a ton of it. Research has already been done. The evidence is already out there.
Yeah, but you got to prove standing. You got to prove standing that it happened to you and that it affected you somehow, that it made you sick. You got to prove that. Otherwise, you have no case. Doesn't matter all those other things.
Hard to do.
To prove standing, you got to show them, like, look, here's my brain with white matter on it. Why do I have it? It's caused by microwaves. That study that's coming out later, that medical journal study that's coming out from the Cuba attacks. The Cuba attacks is where our case lies. It's not in UFO.
I'd like to see those case files. I wonder if there's anything on public record.
So they're going to come out. So the doctors are saying that they're going to, because the State Department, Tillerson does not want to release any names. So you can't talk to anybody right now. But the doctors are sticking to their guns and they're saying we're going to publish a report on the effects of microwaves. This is going to be the first report published. It's going to be a medical journal. And that's
I think we can work around this by getting the Canadians, since the Canadian government diplomats are involved. I think Canada, from what I have seen and what I have worked with Canadians of high authority, they're much more willing to work with us than you think.
If we get
Canada is gone. My God, read up what's happening in Canada. I saw.
It depends on who you talk to in Canada. I cannot understand.
I know, Amy, you like that retired finance minister, and he is great, but he's not there anymore. If you can contact him and get a name who might be.
I did. I talked to him for an hour.
Did you?
And
Yeah, I
did he
did.
give you any names?
Did he give names? I confirmed collaborated information on what he put in his book and what he put on his YouTube videos and Coast to Coast. And he's going to do more Coast to Coast on his life with Coast to Coast. So he is not dead and gone. He's still around, and he's still willing to.
He's not a litigator. You got to get some names from him, and hopefully Americans.
Who is he? Is he one of the diplomats from Canada?
Yeah. She talked to me directly, and I said, "Well, I'm ex-military, and here's the deal. I agree with what you said that things can be turned around in America, but they don't want it to. And you know all this stuff. You know how 9/11 happened. You know about the cover-ups. You know about JFK cover-ups. You know about the Bush cover-ups. You know about the Federal Reserve. You know about JFK being killed by the Bushes. You know all of this stuff that you mentioned, and you know about the aliens, which are really fallen angels. You know about those that they're hiding, and that they're now. Oh, guess what? It was on the news 2 days ago that all this money that they have projected for USO sightings, quote unquote. That there's a secret. They're coming out and saying now that they have a budget for.
UFOs, Amy.
It's not secret.
This is
not secret. They want you to think it's secret.
It's the Cuba incident. These are microwave weapons. This is.
Tide is right.
Well, the fallen angels. Everything we got.
Do you have the name of this guy in Canada?
Laser.
No UFOs.
Fallen ones.
Do you have the name of this guy in Canada that you can share?
What's that?
The guy in Canada that you're in touch with. Do you have his name that you can share with me?
Yes, yeah. His name is Major General Paul Hellyer. He was the Prime Minister of Defense.
No, wait. I'm talking about a Cuban diplomat that was affected by the recent incidents.
What about the Cuban diplomat?
We need to get in touch with one of the victims of the recent incident.
That I wouldn't know.
Names have been withdrawn. You will not get those names.
That's what we need to do. We need to make calls.
Reason you're saying that's why you're not going to get those names.
Right.
Unless you know somebody in Cuba who knew somebody. You know, that's the only way you'll get them.
I speak Spanish. You know what I mean? I'm considering taking a trip down there.
Buy you a ticket and go to Habana.
I'm thinking it. I'm seriously considering it.
I mean, that's what the journalists should be doing. Don't you think that?
I think they've already done that. I think we can talk to journalists and get those names.
No,
well, if you look, here's the thing. If you look in 2016, it happened in 2016, the same thing, but they didn't publish that. Look in 2016.
Right,
that was not the first time it happened.
We need a name. We need to get in touch with those guys.
Well, maybe if you go to an old journal, Cuban, the Cuban Gazette or Havana Gazette, and see if they mention the names in one of the first breaking stories. That's how you're going to get
maybe the one in 2016. I'm sure one of the reporters has names and dates and the exact date and time of who was involved. Because it happened then.
But they have put those guys in hiding. I read that. They flew them back to the United States, gave them tests, and they're not going back to Havana. They're in witness protection.
They're going to close it, right? Because what's the odds that what's his name was fired? That was over that investigation. That said he was going to close Cuba Canadian and U.S. diplomacy. What's his name? The oil tycoon.
Tillerson, Rex Tillerson.
Yeah, they fired him because they didn't want him.
State. Are you sure?
Yeah, they fired him because they didn't want him to know or
no, he's still on
the truth.
So who fired Rex?
So that's I'm sure that's why they fired him.
No, he's not fired.
He was investigating it.
I think he's still.
So how do you?
Still the Secretary of State.
Yeah.
How do you focus? Just focus on the things that you need to do to get your evidence and to be. There's just so many things. I don't know. Like somebody said, go get a CAT. Can you hear me?
I don't think it was anything directed at us. No. I wouldn't. I think they're nice people. I don't think.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Else might do them. You know.
I think Rex Tillerson wants to do the right thing.
Yep, I do too.
So far they've said that they don't know who did it. Well, they know who did it.
Yes,
Let's reach
they
out
do
to Rex
know.
Tillerson.
You know what I'm saying?
The
They know
U.S.
who
Air
did it.
Force that did it.
I'm going to send Rex Tillerson some emails and try to send him some correspondence.
Good luck.
Good luck with that. He's going to have a gag order because that will be obstruction of justice. Otherwise, they're going to say.
So what should
Because
we
if
do?
they're already
then?
trying to silence Robert Mueller, what do you think?
Yeah, but you know what? We're human.
Mueller is
We're
so
all
guilty
human.
of so many other things. I can't believe he's a special prosecutor. That man is a crook.
Yep.
What is going
Yeah,
on?
he was hired on the back end of Bush and to cover up. And yes, he's a Marine and he's a yeser man and he's going to follow orders. Doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. I don't care how they paint him like he's this outstanding, upstanding guy. He's not.
Can you all hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. Something was wrong with my phone. I was just somebody said something about getting the evidence, going and get a CAT scan, and somebody said they tried that before. So it's just how do you strategize to get the type of evidence that you need? I mean, I know I went to a
maybe
doctor.
some from independent reporters who have an inside edge, maybe.
No, you can subpoena it if you have to.
Oh, really?
I could what now?
You can subpoena your medical records anytime you want.
Oh, medical records, yeah.
No, let me give you an example. I had
no pun intended.
I had a dump truck exhaust hit me in the face. They wasn't supposed to do it. It was somebody targeting me, and over about for a couple of weeks, my chest I kept getting worse and worse, to where I couldn't hardly talk. I was so hoarse, and I went to the ER. And apparently they had gotten to the people at the ER because they did a chest X-ray, but they didn't talk about my lungs on the X-ray. There's no mention of my lungs. There's no mention of anything about my lungs on the chest X-ray. But what they mentioned was scoliosis. Now, I don't have scoliosis. I've never had scoliosis. And I'm like, what is this? I have scoliosis, and the doctor was like, well, this is what the report says. And I said, well, give me a CD of this X-ray. I was so annoyed with these people because they were fudging my X-ray. They wasn't telling the truth, and so I realized that I'm going to have a problem wherever I go now. So what can you do about that?
Seems to be a running case that is just gotten worse since 2000.
So is it doctors out here that will not allow themselves to be manipulated like that?
I think they've all gotten conned and pressured and money under the table.
Were they foreign doctors? Because foreign doctors,
yeah,
they sign up an agreement when they come here. So
I don't know who the radiologist was. I don't really know, but I know the ER doctor. She was not. She was an American.
Yeah, but does your spine? I mean, I've had chest X-rays. They've never said anything about my spine.
I've had X-rays where they commented about my spine. So I know I don't have scoliosis. I've never had scoliosis.
Well, what you should do is get your last chest X-ray and this one and compare them.
I got some X-rays here at home of my spine. Don't mention scoliosis.
Well, I'm not saying your spine. I was thinking 2 chest X-rays to compare. Let's say a baseline chest X-ray with the damage that could have been done by that exhaust.
Well, when I got sick and they did all sorts of chest X-rays. I've got they did at least 4 or 5 chest X-rays, and none of them ever mentioned scoliosis.
Well, forget the scoliosis. What we're dealing with is the lung damage from the exhaust.
Right. Okay. Yeah, and they were trying to not show that by talking about something else.
Yeah. So
That's
you get
not even true.
You get a previous chest X-ray, and you get this one. You see the damage, if there is any.
Okay. Let me ask you something though. You can write up on paper, false information, but won't the actual CD show the truth?
You got to get it right after you get the exam. Like go downstairs and say, I want a copy of it and wait for it.
Get your copy. I got my copy.
I made her give me a copy of the CD right away.
Yeah,
Yep.
immediately.
She gave it to me.
Yep.
Yep, I got it. Hopefully it's not somebody else's chest X-ray, But I did get a copy right away, so which has to contradict what was written up on paper.
I wonder if you were to get one of those the little stickers, they come in circles, round, green, black, blue, and they're not metal, so you can just stick one on your collarbone, right? It would show up as a circle. In other words, to make sure it's your chest X-ray or your pelvic X-ray or your foot X-ray. Just some little marker that you put on yourself to identify. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, wouldn't they make you take that off though?
No, because you're not
Before they
interfering.
do.
It's not metal and, or lead or something. But they do have little stickers you can get that you can put on yourself when you have an MRI to count the radiation, and then you put it on the card. They give you a card and you get these stickers and you add your stickers up, and because radiation is cumulative. So you can see how much radiation you've had in your life. Let's say, for example, if you've been doing it all those years. I got one of those.
Wow. I didn't know
And
that.
you put your sticker on the card, which is plastic. But you can't have any metal on it. But if you put that sticker, for example, on you, that would count the radiation. In other words, some identifying thing. Maybe a black a marker like a Sharpie, little circle with a Sharpie. So they can't give you somebody else's X-ray, is what I'm saying.
Right, but how would that show up? That wouldn't show up on the X-ray.
A black marker would show up, I believe.
It would? Oh, really?
I think so.
Well, that's a good idea.
You have to think fast, though, when you change your clothes. And, they don't make you get nude for a chest X-ray, for example. Just put it right under the garment.
Yeah. Well, I have to figure out something, I have to figure out, because I had a detective ask me, well, did you go to the doctor? If you get those records, and those records show, then that'll be some evidence I can work with. But until I can give him any evidence, he can't work with anything he said.
Well, if you have a previous chest X-ray and you bring in your current one, they will tell if it's a different person. They can tell that.
Mm-hmm. All right.
But do you have lung damage from your contamination from the vaccines?
Yeah, it's gotten better, but I had
well,
I had
the lung
I have a
scarring will still be there.
Well, they immediately gave me the Sotomedrol, and it kept me on Sotomedrol for while I was in the hospital, around the clock. And so then I had to go on prednisone for almost a year. So that kind of cleared it up, you know. But I still had the, you know, I still have problems even today. I have to take you know, inhalers. I'm not good at taking those inhalers, but I still have
think the
problems.
scarring is still there though. So the scarring would be definitely you know.
Yeah.
If you want,
But you know, from the dump truck, I think the fumes from the dump truck showed that I still had the problem, because I mean, it really caused me to have really bad upper respiratory problems, when maybe somebody else would have been able to, you know, not react the way I reacted. You know, I ended up getting so hoarse to where I couldn't even hardly talk.
What were you doing behind a dump truck?
I was not. I was in my car with the window down, and I was sort of like, the dump truck was in another lane, going the opposite direction, and I just happened to be close to the end of the dump truck, but in my lane, backed up. The traffic was backed up, and the man in the dump truck on the side of me in the other lane did something to push the exhaust out of the truck, like throwing it over into my car with my window down. It was a horrible smell. It was a, you know, a dump truck with I guess that go around and pick up garbage or something like that. I don't know. But it was a horrible, horrible smell, and it just hit me in my face, you know. And I realized he did it deliberately, because they're not supposed to do that around other cars, you know.
Right, I know what you mean. That's nasty, and whenever I've been able to do anything about it, you know, I put distance in between myself and the source of the exhaust. So that is very nasty to be exposed to that. Otherwise, here in California, where I live, you know, they are all trying to save the planet and going green, and they've got propane powered buses and very possibly garbage trucks, I think. Well, clean gas in any event without the exhaust.
Mm-hmm. That's good.
So are you saying that the exhaust came in your window and you think you received lung damage from it?
Well, I can't say that I received lung damage from it.
Yeah.
I don't know. But what I do know is that it was like it was a very strong smell that I inhaled.
Prolonged.
And after I inhaled it, I started coughing really bad, and then that continued for 2 weeks. And by the second week, I couldn't talk. It was that bad, and I had to go to the ER, because by that time I was really frightened. And when I explained what happened to me, they did a chest X-ray and lied on the chest X-ray. So I really don't know if there's any damage from it or not, because the chest X-ray never mentions my lungs. It mentions my spine. And I was like, well, why are you mentioning my spine in a chest X-ray? There was no mention of my lungs at all, even if it was nothing, you know. Normally when you have a chest X-ray, they tell you how large the lungs are, and they say different things about your lungs. But they had no mention at all about my lungs. It seemed like a, you know, deliberate attempt to not even address my lungs at all. So whether I have lung damage from that or not, I still don't know today.
Yeah, I don't think you'd have any prolonged lung damage from that. Immediately, you started coughing, so that was a reaction to get it out of your system. So, but as far as having any prolonged lung damage, I can't see.
Well, yeah, I was given medication, prednisone, stuff like that, for this situation. So it could have cleared it up, whatever was going on. I may be fine, you know. I'm not coughing anymore. I have, every now and then, I was wheezing anyway. I wheezed anyway. So I don't know if the wheezing now is from previous or from this new thing. I'm not sure.
Interesting. Well, I hope that you continue to remain healthy with no more lung issues. Well, do we have anybody out there that would like to comment on their own targeting, or a friend you know, or anyone? You have the floor. Okay, well, my original topic tonight was going to be drones and IDing the different types of targeting by way of type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4, or phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4. And I'm in actually phase 4 plus with RNM. And is there anybody else that would like to comment on what particular, I don't know, they're stepping on my head, so I can't really think that well. It's been a bad day for attacks for me.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure can.
Yeah, Frank, I think I'm probably pretty far up there as far as how strong they're using this stuff against me. And I think also maybe Donna is near the top too.
Yeah, it's got to the point where, they're just pests now. And then all of a sudden, they start drinking heavily and they start laying on the buttons that much harder.
Mm-hmm.
So
the fact that they can't see you is a key thing. They can't. There's no feedback about how much they're hurting you or anything like that, and they don't care. For them, it's fun.
Yeah, it's interesting, the psychological profile that you would get from an individual like this.
Mm-hmm.
I've often brought up that they were probably deprived in some way, very short, or somebody that was made fun of a lot in school or something, and they never forgot it, and they just want to pay society back for it.
I was told that many of them are, abuse victims.
Yeah, that's quite possible too. They want some payback.
Yeah, like even if they don't remember it, child abuse, like sexual abuse, that kind of thing, because they never get over it.
Right. Yeah, I can't imagine the lack of compassion, being morally bankrupt, and having a God complex, and just being psychologically illiterate. That's what they add up to me. I can't believe some of the stuff that they do.
Yeah, they seem to be pretty happy with themselves, and I think they're just hiding a lot of fooling themselves. I think they're hiding the truth among and not among anything, but just hiding it from themselves, not even facing it themselves, because they're murdering their neighbors, actually, murdering their neighbors. So how, where could that go wrong?
Yeah, and actually they're operating at a 6-year-old mentality, some of them. At least that's the way they come across. I know.
Right. That's
as far as MK Ultra goes, they're following probably a game plan or a playbook, if you will. But at the same time, there's a lot of them, their personality that is leaking through, that is actually truly them.
That's right.
And it's
they're
sad.
They'll be the same again. They've gone a little insane because of this.
Oh, a lot insane, I think. Because if it doesn't take too long to get someone, well, addicted to a computer game, we'll say. So to get someone addicted,
especially if you're giving them a shift.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a good incentive.
Yeah, so they get the best game to play in the world, next to being a drone pilot, probably. And they just drive themselves nuts. They can't put it down. Private sector people, anyway, which I think probably comprises a great deal of the people that are doing it.
I read something one day about a woman who was gang stalked, and it said that it took her a while, but she was able to. She was she was lied on, defamed, reputation was messed up and everything, and it took her, several years to correct all of that. So, did you ever hear about something about a woman who had to go through changing the story about her, the gang stalking story about her?
There's thousands of us all going through the same thing.
Yeah.
How do you address changing the lies that they put out about you and blacklisting you and defaming your character in your neighborhood and just clearing that up?
You
and
try
no, this is not true.
You try and let yourself be as normal as you can. Try not to get paranoid if you can help it. Try to be as normal as possible, and don't tell any family members, because that's the quickest way to start losing family members temporarily.
Yeah,
but how do you clear up the record on you and those in your neighborhood that heard these lies? How do you get them to recognize that they were lied to about you specifically? We can pass out the flyers and stuff and make people aware of proof.
I think handing out flyers and also write a letter to, I don't know, the neighborhood as a group, and tell whatever truths you think people will believe that and are true. Here in my neighborhood, I notice I've got a neighbor who, I've told him a lot of things, and I've given him a lot of handouts or flyers. What he's doing is he's taking the information from the flyers. He apparently reads them all, but he hands it back as though he's refuting what he said. He's telling me, "Oh, I had a car that the engine melted off before, and the wheels and the tires burned off." Yeah, And, you know, it's all kind of geared towards what I've given him, but throwing it back at me. And the injuries, I have some injuries you probably saw on my website. Well, he's saying you can get those from other places, those injuries, the burns all over my upper body. So I got really angry at him, and I cursed him up one side and down the other, all these terrible names. But then that was the end of it. I was really angry at first, but now I'm still angry, but I'm not going to do that.
Who was this person?
He's my neighbor. And there's two of them that are in on doing this, you know, and I figure they're making a lot of money from this. I figure it's $100 an hour for the torturers, so that's for Donna and I, that's $4,800 a day, and that's just for the torturers. And I'm thinking maybe they get these neighbors who throw their lot in with Homeland Security, maybe get paid something similar. And because what I've noticed is that they have what is called a terrorism liaison officer, and you can look that up at tlo.org. What it is. But what I'm thinking this would be is these people that are interfacing between the neighbors on the one hand, and then the deep state on the other. They're the liaison people, and they're dishing out the lies to the neighbors, telling them, oh yeah, the TI is a dangerous person. They've done something terrible, and they have to be watched 24 hours a day. And on the other hand, they're telling the torturers, how to torture us and what's going on, how to get us better, maybe. I don't know. But you get the idea. I'm just
Right.
making observations.
Yeah. This TLO.org,
This
is this
is
your site?
going
Or
in
somebody
what's
else's?
going on in my neighborhood, and I think in others too.
Yeah, I know what's going on in my neighborhood. I'm so ticked off about that. We have a lot of Hispanics in my area, and so what they've done is a lot of Hispanics can't speak English, right? So what they've done is they probably have got a liaison who speaks English and Spanish, and goes around and lies to these Spanish people, and I could just tell. They don't say anything to me. I could just tell something's not right. I used to walk my dog, and one of the Spanish neighbors before all this started, we used to, say hi, and my dog would bark at her dog, and blah blah blah, and then they started doing the color when he first started with me, and I walked my dog around there one day, and her dogs had the colors on, and she walked in her house and slammed the door. I'm like, oh my God, I don't believe this. It was crazy. It was absolutely insane. The two dogs walking around with the, perp colors on, and she goes in her house and slammed the door. It wouldn't even say nothing to me, I'm like, this is crazy.
I'm lucky, I guess. I've never really experienced any of that.
I think they're insane, I just kind of laugh at them sometimes because they look stupid to me, Like, what the hell are you walking around with these crazy looking glasses on for, and, driving past me and me with the color car, and they just throw a lot of them out there, and I'm like, dummy, how dumb can you be? You couldn't give me enough money to do something like that, to harass an innocent person. They're just dumb. It's stupid. And they really think they're doing something, because I walked in the store, they even had the flashing lights, flash the lights at her, like, and went into the store, and the man, had the color car, and the lights were flashing, the car was still on. I go in the store, and I said, whose car is that? And the lady behind the counter was like looking at me, you know, and I said, well, you left your car on, and why are your lights flashing? And then the lady said, yeah, why are your lights flashing? Why did you leave your car on? And he had no answer. The dummy just stood there looking stupid. I said, you know, well, you want somebody to break in your car, right, and take your car? I mean, he was just stupid looking. Who would leave their car on with their lights flashing and you're in the store? So I knew that was for me. It was crazy. Stupid people.
He had his car running with the lights flashing?
Yes, in the store, parked. In the store, in the liquor store.
Oh, that's different.
You know, yeah, I mean, but because I guess that was like the quickest thing he could figure out to harass him. What can he do? Why did he even need to go in the store if that's the case? Why you just didn't sit in your car and leave the lights flashing? He left the car on and went in the store. Maybe he needed a bottle of liquor real quick. You know, maybe he was, you know, needed some liquor or something and just decided, well, to figure out the best way to harass me while going to get his liquor. I could leave the lights flashing, leave the car on, you know. It's the dumbest thing.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Does anybody have any R&M questions or R&M answers or something about electronic stalking they'd like to discuss or break-ins or anything?
I've had break-ins.
A lot, Mary?
Hi, how are you? Yeah, last week someone broke in my house. They have broken my house a lot. Christmas time is bad. They've stolen Christmas gifts that I planned on giving to someone else. They've stolen, they've rewrapped gifts from one person so that I give a gift to someone and it's something else. I can't count on giving gifts. Getting stuff from my daughter, and I don't know whether or not she's going to get it or not. And I don't know whether or not when she gets it, she's going to be able to keep it because they steal things from her too. She's in a different house. So it's very sad.
Do you have a video, Ken?
No, I don't. No, I don't. And not only that, they they have capability of disabling those things, and they would.
They're not disabling mine, and I set mine up for notifications. So if it's a very, very slight move, if the door jars just a little bit, it sends me a notification.
I know. Right now, I'm at the point where I have padlocks on my door, and they changed them. They put. I have two different ones because they making keys for the lock, so I put padlocks on. And last week they ended up changing. I knew they were in the house because they changed the locks. They put the wrong one on the wrong one. So.
They changed your padlock?
I have two padlocks on my door, and you always put them in the same position. And they moved one to the other side. You know what I'm saying? So they moved them into different places. So. Yeah, this is the way that I have to live, unfortunately. I don't trust that they stay out of my house when I'm not here. They also go into my car. And not only that, they have moved my car while I went to a restaurant with my daughter, and they came out and they had moved the car. And the same thing happened while I was at work. I came out and the car was moved. So evidently they have keys for the car too. Usually very bad stalking and electronic harassment at the holiday times, every holiday, including on the holiday itself. And I do agree with the comment that someone just said about you can imagine that they're sitting there drinking, and pushing buttons, and I've had that same exact thought. You know, because it does seem like they're having a party and showing off for their friends. That's the way that I feel about that. It's sad, you know, because they just keep reminding us that we can't enjoy the same lifestyle that they do.
Well, they're actually prisoners worse than we are, because they're sitting behind their computer screen.
That's right.
Surrounded by pizza boxes, empty coffee cups, beer cans, beer bottles, liquor bottles. So I've seen pictures of.
I do believe that. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen pictures of gamers, and gamers are so extreme that they never ever leave the gaming table, whether it be a card table or, in this case, computer table. And I guess some of the big card players are actually catheterized. And I've heard of perps being catheterized, so they don't have to leave that console.
That's a bit extreme, huh? But I wouldn't deny it. That's funny.
No, it's beginning to become mainstream. I'm hearing a lot more. We talk to a lot of people on the calls, and I get 1,000 emails, you know, and I have to go through the emails. It takes me all day and half the night to get everything done and do the calls too. So
I bet, like a full-time job.
Oh, it's a full-time job. Yeah.
Yeah, and I know and again today I turned on the call and they put me to sleep. Last week I turned into the call and you were talking about. Everybody was talking about refrigerators that have been replaced, and I had a bunch of them replaced in my family. And I think car accidents, that there was a lot of people who ended up either getting a car accident or needed to get a new car because of the car breaking down. And again, they put me to sleep, but I'm thinking the same thing happened to my mother. My mother just had to get a brand new car, an accident, but then repeated breakdowns of her vehicle. So it just got to the point where she just said, I got to get another car because this isn't working. You know, and you never know whether or not an accident is really an accident. When you're being stalked like this and the stalking is being extended to your family members, you never know whether or not an accident is truly an accident.
That's
Yeah,
so true.
exactly.
I had an accident. The car that I had before, I loved that car. But anyway, I was backing out, and then here comes this truck, right? And his bumper clipped my bumper, but it looked like I hit him. So I was like, where did you come from? Anyway, I called the police, and this policeman came on the scene. He said, well, get the video, you know, from the store, the 7-Eleven. I swear, when I went back for that video was scrambled. And but before I got it, there was a police officer standing there, and the store didn't have an officer as a guard. There was no guard there. There was no reason. He was just out of he looked out of place. I was thinking to myself, why is he standing here like that? Anyway, when I got home with the video, it was scrambled. So then I went back. I told the man, I said, look, this video is scrambled. So he gave me another copy. When I got home, that was scrambled. So something told me to check the USB, you know, the actual USB thing. When I checked it, it had an internal video software. So that's all the videos on my computer would not play this USB drive, but the flash drive. But the internal flash drive video played it, and guess what I saw?
What's that?
They were trying to hide it. I saw the truck driver waiting. He pulled up and he stopped and he waited. He was at a corner before the turn. There was this pillar. He was waiting and watching me. And then, as I backed out, he made a very sharp left turn and zoomed down the street and caused that accident. And that's what they were trying to prevent me from seeing on that video.
Now that happened with my mother. She was going forward though, and she was taking a turn, a left-hand turn, and a truck came and hit her. And and she said he wasn't there, and all of a sudden he was right in front of her. So I mean, it's like I question it too, just because. I mean, yes, it could have been, I mean, it could have been either, but it just seems to me that her car breaks down a whole lot more than it should. Period. I mean, she will deny it, and she will just say, well, that's life, and things happen in life, and, and I see too many patents to dismiss things, let's put it that way. So, but, anyway, so she had to go out and get another car because her car kept breaking down. She'd be at a stoplight, and all of a sudden the car would just turn off. Yep. So, I mean, then that happened more than one time. I mean, you wonder whether or not the mechanics are in on it too, But anyway, so yeah, I'm kind of bumming this Christmas because Christmas is not the same as what they used to be. When they ruin your family life, it's like, it's different. It's different. I have to kind of go forward with a different. I don't look at holidays the same anymore. It's like, but they tore the family apart, and it's like I don't look at holidays the same. I'm just trying to keep up. What's that?
I just said these are some evil people.
Yeah, they are. I mean, this is their they did get their goal, and their goal is to tear the people apart. Rip your soul right out.
Well, that means they don't have a soul, period.
That's right. That's right. That's right. So, I work in a store, and I'm working around, people who are out there, gathering up all of their supplies for their perfect holidays, and it's sad to know that I used to have a family and don't anymore. I mean, other than one of my daughters. But that's hard. But just go on. Life goes on. You'd make the best of the situation.
Yeah, that's all we can do.
Yep.
It happened.
But I'm very happy because last year I didn't have a TI community around me, so I am thankful for that. So, did you say you had something going on Christmas? You had a call on Christmas, or was it Christmas Eve or what?
No, Christmas Day marathon.
What does that mean?
Oh, from morning until late at night. The call will be open. I'll be in and out, but the call will be open, so you can
That's nice.
Call and chat so that you can talk with other TIs, and
that's great.
In case somebody doesn't have anybody to talk to or something like that, they can call in and have a roaring ball.
Oh, that's great. Some people don't have the families, so I mean, I'll be popping in and out if that's a all day thing. I'll be popping in and out for sure.
All day long.
Excellent. Very good. That's awesome.
Hey, do you believe in God?
Me?
Yeah.
Yes, I do. Actually, it's funny that one of the prayers that I say that goes around. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't even say it, but I kind of adjusted one of the prayers, one of my favorite prayers, to kind of include the perps, and in a way that. Okay, what is it? Hold on, let me think of the prayer, and then I'll kind of share a couple of sentences with you if I can think of it. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He make me lie in green pastures while you're sitting behind a computer screen. I'm sitting here green. I'm sitting here green pastures, and I'm laying out a nice blanket, and I'm gonna sit here and have a picnic. He makes me lie. He makes me. He leads me by still waters. The waters are so still that I brought a boat along with me, and I'm going to push my boat out on the still waters, and I'm going to go for a nice little ride in my rowboat while you're sitting behind your computer screen, et cetera, et cetera. So it's just when they are, doing things to my head, torturing me, this prayer kind of gets me through that, because when it comes down to how can they be holy, when they're doing everything that is unholy. They don't have a soul. They're taking your soul away from you. They don't have a soul to do that. And in the long run, they don't think that he's watching them. When they got payback from the man upstairs, they got payback from him when all was said and done.
Yeah. Well, you know what might also give you a little bit of encouragement. If you there's a video called it's called what is it called? Targeted Individuals. Let me see if I can find the actual one. They live in. Let me see.
The thing that breaks my heart about religion is you really, you can pray all you want.
This session is being recorded for audio issue reporting.
Hello?
Oh. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That was.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, that's unusual.
I heard it.
Probably because I'm on and crazy things happen. My phone's being hacked, so I wouldn't doubt that it has something to do with me. Anyway, I lost my train of thought. Oh, were you talking about religion?
Yeah, no, I want you to, if you get a chance, it's a YouTube video called Targeted Individuals Are on a Mission from God. Just watch that and read Psalms 35. And, what I wanted to ask you, and other people on this call may not like me saying this, I hope nobody gets offended, but if God were to ask you if you would go through this for him,
Audio issue recording has finished.
Okay. Hello?
What would you say? Yeah.
Someone's recording this call other than us.
Yeah.
It sounds like FCC free conference call.
Well, they do that anyway, don't they?
No, free conference call? I don't have free conference call.
Oh. I did send this past Sunday. I don't know if you sent out a reminder for the Sunday call that you have.
Yes, I did.
Okay, I didn't get it, but I did get a message saying this is a reminder for the noon call. It didn't have.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, email didn't work. See, Google and I are not getting along.
It worked today, though. The one came in fine today, but Sundays didn't, and it was like I didn't even want to respond because I didn't even know whether or not it was you, because it seems like I got a message from you last week when I had contacted you, and it came back with someone who was impersonating you. So it's kind of like it's hard for me to trust that whoever is sending me an email is actually them, because they hack into my phone all the time. Right now, it's like I'll be talking to someone, and all of a sudden I'll get disconnected, and my telephone starts calling somebody else. And it's like, oh great, who am I calling? I've called my brother 3 different times when I was talking to somebody else. So I don't know what's going on with my phone, but it is being hacked into. And it's a shame too, because when I'm not using my phone, when I go to bed at night, I wrap it up. I wrap it up in paper and duct tape, and I put it inside my clothes. So to get into my phone, you got to get into my clothes to get it.
Oh, I see.
So anyway, So she can go on about the video if you're still there, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, the video is targeting individuals on a mission from God. I mean, I don't agree with everything in that video, but I do agree with some things in it, you know. But it's a very well done video.
Well, I'll have to take a peek at that. You know, it's tough because you don't always get the life that you want, and I do accept that. But you know, I mean, it's really sad because you would. It's like I'm waiting for something to come in and save my life, type of a thing. But I don't know that it's going to happen, and I am at the point right now where I'm kind of learning to accept that it might not work out. You know what I mean? And, you know, people were talking about losing their hair. Yeah, I'm losing my hair too. I mean, I don't have much there left on top. I mean, it's a shame, but I mean, what they're doing in my head, I'm surprised that I have any up there. You know, I mean, the Jews had no guarantees, you know. I mean, they suffered a lot, you know, in Auschwitz and whatever else, and it's really sad because, you know, you have your faith and everything, but it's just sad to know that, you know, you just because you want a happy ending, that the ending isn't always happy. So maybe it will be. I'm not totally giving up hope. It's just frustrating when you're put through torture on a continuous basis. You know, that's hard.
Yeah, it is very difficult. I understand. Yeah, going through the same thing. You know, it's not easy. And when you think that there might be one or two people that you're close to could possibly have been turned, that's difficult too. Just don't say nothing, you know.
I don't think that they turned into perps. It's just that they're being targeted and manipulated in some ways too. To what extent, I don't know, because some things naturally will happen in life and some things, you know, are forced on them. But I mean, as far as break-ins and everything, that happens to me. It happens to other family members. I know that it happens to me. I know that it happens to my daughter. I know that it happens to my mother. I don't know who else in the family. You know, I you know, have more than one family member. You know, they did tear the family apart. It's sad, you know.
How did they tear your family apart? How many people in your family?
Oh, I have a big family, but I mean, we're kind of scattered in the United States. But for my children, that's torn apart. So.
Are they fighting each other? Are they fussing with
No,
each other?
they don't. They don't. Two of them don't believe that the things that I've told them are happening.
Oh.
You know what I'm
well,
saying?
You still communicate with them, though. You know.
No, I don't.
I can't tell.
No, I don't.
No.
No, two of them don't.
I'm saying you chose not to communicate with them because they don't believe you.
I'm not going to continue on a relationship where someone thinks that I'm crazy and will start talking down to me on a continuous basis as though I'm a lesser person than they are.
Oh, so you know, I think Frank said, "Don't tell your family." See, I realized that a particular individual. I realized that there were two people that I was really shocked. I was really shocked at their response to me.
Yeah, I was too.
I would have never thought that these people would have responded to me in that manner. And I first thought, I'm going to leave these people alone. I'll never have nothing to do with them again. And then I said, nope, I'm not going to do that. That's what they want. Now, I thought about one of the people that responded to me very, very harshly, hurt my feelings, tore my heart out. But I thought about what had they done for me prior to that? How had they treated me prior to that? Were they in my corner when I needed them for years? And I had to say, yes, they were.
Yeah.
I could call this person and I could ask this person for help and they would be right there. That's the same person, but there's something wrong, and I don't know what it is. There's something wrong when something happens. When I start telling this person about this situation, they switched some kind of way on me.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, it's probably what you tell them is probably something that's so unusual that it doesn't happen to. So, and it's very hard for them to comprehend anything like that happening to anybody, especially in this country. Especially in this country.
But I had to decide to just don't bring it up to that person.
Well, that's just it. You have to choose your conversations. You know, I mean, my
and
mother's
just don't bring it up. I mean, but I'm not going to stop my communication with someone that I love, someone that's always been in my corner, just because they cannot comprehend it.
Yes. Yes, and I feel that way about some of my family members, but other ones I don't, you know.
Okay.
No, I know exactly what you say. It's just you have to, it's like you have to choose your conversations carefully.
And, you know, I think I'm talking a lot because other people on the line, I think I talk too much sometimes, but I'm sorry, people. But I also look at it like, oh, you know what? This is also a spiritual warfare too, because I do believe that I have been separated for some reason. I don't know what that reason is, but I have been separated. And now.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
I believe it's spiritual. I believe it's a warfare. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And I believe that it's God's will.
Yes.
That this has happened.
That's what I'm saying. I agree with that.
And I believe it's God that has separated me.
Yeah.
Because God wanted me to see something. He wants me to know something.
And maybe it hasn't reached a peak yet. I mean, that's the way that I'm looking at it too. I mean, it's like I'm going down this road for some reason. Maybe I just don't know what that reason is yet.
Right.
You know, I mean, it's heartbreaking because you'd rather not. You'd rather go and have a live happily ever after, like the majority of the population out there.
Yeah, I'm going to have to let this call end early tonight. I have doctor's appointments starting at 6 tomorrow morning.
Wow, that's early.
6, 9, and 11, 3 doctor's appointments. So,
okay,
I got to get a little shut-eye. So, God bless.
All right.
Hey, the person that I'm talking to, can I have your number? Do you mind if I call you sometime?
I would rather not give it out on the air. Well, if that's okay. I mean, it's like it's not really private this way, but if we
Frank from my number, he'll give it to me.
Okay. What's your name?
Diane.
Diane. Nice chatting with you, Diane.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, Frank. Maybe I will touch base with you on Christmas because I'll be working up until then.
Okay, we'll do.
All right. I will talk to you later.
Okay.
Have a good night. Have a good night.
Yep.
Bye-bye, Diane.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you, Frank. Good night. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
All right, bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
Good night, Frank. Good night, everybody.
Night. Night, James.
Good night.
Night, all. Good night, Barb. Good night, Butterfly.
Good night, John Boy. Good night, Mary Ann.